morning. We'll call to order the Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, May 7th, 2024. May we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Are there any additions or corrections for closed session?
No additions or corrections, Chair.
We'll call for closed session items 1A through 1D. And is there any public comment? Public comment? With that, we'll recess for closed session until 10:30.
We're all waking up.
Anna? Oh, it's paused.
The recording's paused, yeah, that's
Oh.
fine. So you should be able to speak.
Hey, Anna, can you hear us? Oh, perfect. Okay, great. You are good to go. We're all set up in here too. And we're just waiting for, are you, oh, that's us. Is that us?
Which one?
This one right here. We're just waiting for Diego, but Alex just saw him.
That's closed captions.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's, okay, good. Okay. So
And then
put
I
you-
think I saw Diego on Zoom English with his camera on. That's how I recognized him.
Okay, let me check there. Okay, Anna, hold on 1 second. I'm going to check on Diego, okay? Okay, thank you. Well, Diego needs to. Anna? Are you signed into the English one too? The English, to be able to listen and interpret from there? Yeah, so, yeah, does that make sense? So you signed into the English so you can listen and it's on, yeah. Oh, okay. I'll text it to you right now. Okay, thanks, bye-bye. Diego? You can probably hear me because you're in the Spanish Zoom, but I don't see you in the signed up in English with your phone number. Yeah, and then you have to call into the English one, which is 224-397. Okay, you're in? What? Uh-huh. So you can hear me because we're in Spanish, and that's what I'm opening up for the conversation to happen in the board chamber. But I don't see you signed into the English one. What's your phone number? You called in, right? I don't see you in there at all. You're going to make the announcement for the Spanish interpreter, so I want you good to go at 10:30. And Alex is standing behind me. We don't see you signed into English. Yeah.
You might have called in to the same thing. Okay, now we can check attendees on Spanish real quick.
Did you, let me see. Oh, you called into the Spanish one, Diego. You need to call into the English one. No, no, it's not. Let me give you
Color guard during one of the resolutions.
the English one is,
I don't know
could you have a pen? Okay, it's 224-397-747. That's the English webinar ID. So you need to hang up from the Spanish one and call into the English one with 224-397-747. 74. Yep. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye. Muted in the, Diego? He's unmuted. In the,
Oh, okay.
okay, we see you signed into the English now, so, and I renamed you to Spanish interpreter. Well, I hear you through the Spanish webinar because I'm opening up the channel that lets you speak. But remember, in English, you need to have your headset on and your phone muted so we can't hear you interpret in the English one. But you'll be unmuted in the Spanish one with your video on so folks can see you interpreting in the Spanish one. Correct.
Perfect. Diego, would you like us to test the audio for the English one? Okay, so then you can just hit the local Spanish button.
It is.
No.
Oh.
You can hit it again, and then now you can talk again, and he'll hear you on the English side.
So, Diego, can you hear me still? You're muted in the English one. I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Diego, when we switch channels, we can only hear that channel that we switch to. So right now we are on the English one. If we want to hear you on English, you have to speak into your phone.
And you have to unmute your phone, though. I think it's *6.
Yeah, okay. I'm starting to see all the little issues.
There you go. Now you're unmuted, Diego.
Okay.
Okay, now we hear
That's
you in the
perfect.
English. Perfect. But you don't have to worry about the English one because I'm going to be doing the local Spanish from the Spanish webinar.
We just wanted to
Okay,
confirm.
should I go ahead and mute myself
Yes,
on the English one?
on the English one, yep.
Perfect. You can mute them too.
Yep, okay. Yeah, the easy. Test, test, test.
You got it. Thank you, Diego.
I'd like to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors here at 10, a little after 10:30. And may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Lopez joining us shortly.
Do we have Diego here for the,
He's on remote.
oh, remote, okay. Yes, go ahead, Diego, with the Spanish interpretation. Thank you, Diego. So we'll we're going to have the Pledge of Allegiance, but I think what we'd like to do is maybe have the presentation of the colors by the Honor Guard here first, and then we can do our Pledge of Allegiance. Sheriff Deanno, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
Civilian personnel, please place your hand over your heart. Sworn personnel wearing hats, please salute. Sworn personnel in uniform, please place your hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you for the present. It's always impressive to watch this. First, do we have any additions or corrections?
Yes, there is a correction to item number 17 under scheduled matters for the County Administrative Office, and that is a revised board report and presentation were received. In addition, there's a correction to item number 30 under the consent calendar for the Department of Social Services. A revised board report was received. And this afternoon, item number 18 will be heard out of order and before item number 17.
Thank you. Move on to ceremonial resolutions. We have, I think there's 7 of them here today. Is there any public comment on the ceremonial resolutions? Seeing none and nobody online. Motion by Supervisor Alejo. Second, Supervisor Askew. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. With that, we'll go to the presentation. I have 3 of them I'd like to present. Sheriff Nieto. Yes, good. This resolution is to commemorate National Police Week here, which is May 9th to 18th, and Peace Officers Memorial Day, which is May 15th. John F. Kennedy designated May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day in 1962, as well as the week in which May 15th falls on as National Police Week. And there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving this nation and keeping us safe. So today we recognize that over 24,000 law enforcement officers have been killed in the line of duty, and that this spring there will be 282 new names added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. So we will be respectfully flying the U.S. flag at half-staff on May 15th in their honor of their service, their dedication, and their lives that they have given to keep us all safe. And with that, I take great pleasure in presenting this resolution to you, Sheriff Nieto. And if you would, like to say a few words, more than likely to like to hear you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I just want to remind the public that day in and day out, I work with a great group of people, some of them standing next to me today, to honor those who have given the ultimate sacrifice in service of their community. It's always a sad week during Police Memorial Week when we do honor those who have given their lives the prior year and all those who've given their lives as we've been counting the numbers. In California alone, I can tell you that there were 7 deaths of people serving in our great state of California. I guess we're blessed that we didn't lose anybody in Monterey County, but we have, and we all remember that. Of those 7 in California that were killed in 2023, 4 of them served as deputies, such as the people standing next to me. 3 were police officers proudly wearing the color blue. It was a mix. It wasn't just men. It was men and women who lost their lives. And let's not forget our canine, our beloved dogs that help serve our community to make it the safest it can be. We actually lost 25 canines this past year. I'd like to thank Supervisor Church. I'd like to thank every supervisor for acknowledging the sacrifices that our men and women make to keep Monterey County safe. I'd like to thank you for the things that you do to keep Monterey safe in your policies, your procedures, protecting our families, our neighbors, our loved ones. And finally, Supervisor, and I invite all of you, tomorrow at 1 p.m., we'll be holding a Monterey County memorial service in front of our memorial wall at 1414 Natividad. And we invite anybody who'd like to come share our grief with us, just honor those who've given their lives in the past. So thank you for this honor, sir.
Can I have the board want to come down? We can get our pictures taken here.
Okay, we're going to step up. We'll bring the board here and everybody else.
Cut through and then stack in tight. Once they get in, we'll stack in. There's a couple more. Don't block her out. We're good. We're gonna all squeeze in tight. Come on, squeeze in. Sonia in here.
So the next resolution here, Dr. Harris, Nancy Busher, have you let's come up? This is to commemorate Nurses Month here in May 2024. And the theme for 2024 and with Nurses Month is Nurses Make a Difference. I think we all know that is very true. I mean, when we have difficult times and health issues, there's always a nurse there, and always a nurse there all the time. And that makes what a lot of us didn't realize, I didn't realize until I looked into this, is that nursing is the nation's largest healthcare profession. And professional nursing is really essential to the quality of care of patients and the county's health system at Natividad, the Clinic Services Bureau, and the Behavioral Health Bureau, and its hospital, its clinics, and its centers. Public health nursing is dedicated to disease prevention, reducing health costs at the community level through evidence-based services and education. And today we're very honored to recognize the many professional nurses at Natividad and the health department. And with that, I will present this resolution to both Dr. Harris but also recognition for Elsa Jimenez from the health department. Too many.
Sure. Well, thank you, Chair Church. It's always an honor, and this is a very special week for all of our nurses that work here in the county and at the hospital. And I wanted to share, there's one of I don't get to share it very often, but I'm going to share it with a lot of people. One of the neatest and I think the specialist parts of my job is participating in the DAISY Award. It's an award that's actually chosen by patients, by a family many years ago that really calls out extraordinary nurses in our case. And every quarter or so, we recognize those nurses that our patients or their families identified. And I just wanted to read. This is something that I read and I present every quarter. And I genuinely mean this on behalf of the organization and then for our CNO, Nancy, and then also Elsa and Ella here representing the health department, but in deep appreciation of all that you do, who you are, and the incredibly meaningful difference you make in the lives of so many people. I'm very fortunate I get to present this regularly, but I also want to just share that with you, that the truly extraordinary nurses that we have here in the county of Monterey. And I'm very fortunate to serve here with Nancy Busher, our chief nursing officer. Elsa?
Sure, I'll say a few words. So thank you again for recognizing Nurses Month. I'm Elsa Jimenez, the director of the Monterey County Health Department. I have the privilege of working with nurses who not only support clinical care in our primary care clinics, mental health supports for our patients that are accessing our behavioral health clinics, but also our public health nurses who were pivotal in helping to prevent deaths during COVID pandemic, who are critical to helping individuals who are suffering from a chronic disease, and really are pivotal in terms of conducting home visits and really helping individuals and families get connected to resources so that they can improve their personal well-being, their family's well-being, and overall the community's well-being. Public health nursing focuses on upstream approaches and prevention. And so I'm very proud to be able to work with nurses who are helping us improve community well-being and also helping to support our patients in need of access care. And this is Ella Harris, who is our Director of Nursing for the Health Department. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
So this week is also Public Service Recognition Week. And we have our CAO, Sonia De La Rosa, here. So I'll be presenting this resolution too. And the county joins the Partnership for Public Service and the Public Employees Roundtable in Washington, D.C. in celebrating our many county employees. Our county employees strive to serve with excellence, timeliness, and positivity with over 430,000 residents and the many visitors that come here to this county. In the course of their service, they exemplify county values of honesty and integrity, practice continuing innovation, and treat colleagues, customers, and visitors alike and residents with respect and courtesy. With that, it's also a great honor to present this to you, Sonia. Yeah. On behalf of the many employees.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I am here representing the 5,000 plus employees of the County of Monterey. It is truly a pleasure to be here to be representative of all the employees, some of which just left the chamber, which includes our deputies and also our nurses and so many more professions throughout our entire county workforce. And truly, it is an honor to be of service to our community and to be in a community where many of us are also residents of this fine county. So again, on behalf of our entire leadership, we want to thank you for your service. Thank you for the great work and help us to continue to get better every day. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Alejo, do you want to come down? Oh, okay. Oh.
Sorry about that, Steve. I got bad eyesight. First of all, I want to thank our sheriff deputies and all of those who serve on the front lines, making our neighborhood safer. Just to that point, I just wanted to recognize in 2022, we lost Salinas police officer J.D. Alvarado. And last year, we had one of our sheriff deputies, also here in Salinas, who was shot and survived, Jesse Grant. So I want to remind our community that these cases, these dangers are real in Salinas and other parts of Monterey County. So I'm glad that we took a moment to honor them. But I want to, on this occasion, call up Councilmember Steve McShane. This is a resolution to honor and acknowledge his 14 years of dedicated service to the city of Salinas upon his retirement this week. I think Friday is his official day, but today at 2:30 at the Salinas Rotunda, there'll be a community celebration honoring Steve for all he has done to make Salinas a better place to live and work. I'm going to read just some of this, so for those that don't know Steve, just to know why we're honoring him. This resolution that we just approved says that he earned his bachelor's degree in science, in soil science from Cal Polytechnic State University at San Luis Obispo, and he received his master's in business administration from Santa Clara University. Councilmember McShane was first elected for office for District 3 in a four-way race in 2010, and he won every election since then. Councilmember McShane's priorities have been centered around public safety, roads, economic development, and he's been known for holding a record number of District 3 meetings, neighborhood cleanups, and a lot of gatherings, I think more than any other council member I've ever met. Councilmember McShane set up and gifted to the city of Salinas with the Salinas Connect app, which is responsible for more than 10,000 reports annually and leading to resolving countless numbers of community requests to the city. I have used that myself and trying to get some sidewalks fixed in my district. Councilmember McShane has led to a handful of projects that include the Salinas Arts Commission, the Public Arts Commission, Salinas Adopt a Tree, the creation of the Salinas Neighborhood Services Department and Neighborhood Improvement Grants. He established the first community gardens and helped raise support for the $22 million for the Gavilan Library and also $50 million for the new beautiful Salinas Police Service Center. He also has been instrumental in starting many activities in this community that are now household names: the Salinas Food and Wine Festival, the annual Day of Prayer, the City of Salinas 150th anniversary celebrations, the Salinas Tree of Peace lighting ceremony, and the annual holiday home lighting competition, which is always a fun thing. And also, he's really been active in supporting, preserving our historic buildings in this community. These are many events and efforts that help uplift and enhance community pride in Salinas. Councilmember McShane, time on the City Council, he has also served as chairman of numerous regional boards, including Central Coast Energy, the Monterey Bay Air Resources District, AMBAG, and the California Van Pool Authority. Councilmember McShane is married to his wonderful wife, Danielle McShane, and they have sons Patrick and daughter Molly. Steve McShane will be retiring from the Salinas City Council on May 10th, 2024, and will start his new position as Director of Development and Community Relations for the Bridge Restoration Ministries. So, Steve, on behalf of the County Board of Supervisors and all our residents, we want to recognize and commend your exemplary accomplishments, leadership, and dedication that you provided to the City of Salinas during your 14 years of distinguished public service, and we wish you success, good health, and happiness in all your future endeavors. You have truly made a positive difference in making Salinas a better place to live and work. With that, we want to present you this resolution. Thank you very much. We can give him a round of applause, everybody. Thank you. Appreciate that, and we'd love to hear some words as well.
Well, thank you very much, Supervisor Alejo. To the public, to colleagues, for the next few days on some of the regional boards and in government, we get it right more times than we get credit for. The County of Monterey, the City of Salinas, our state of California, and our federal government, we are doing things right. And that's what I want to just communicate. A mentor of mine said to me once, "What are you doing and why are you doing it? Who are you doing it for?" Make sure we ask ourselves those questions. And to my colleagues, for a few more days, we're doing it because we care about where we live. The people that call us at all hours, the problems, whether it's a pothole or whether it's something bigger, like the unsheltered, we take that on, and we take it on with earnest love and support. And I can't communicate enough the optimism that overflows in the time that I had 14 years to work with these folks and the people that may be watching today. You know, there's a terrific story in the Bible, the parable of the talents. A very wealthy guy has some servants, and he gives them all something. Says, "I'm going to be gone for a time." Some of them did more with what they were given. And in one case, the guy just buried it. And in the end, the guy that buried it was just a disgrace. The message I would leave everybody with, we have what we are given to do something great with it. Every day, make it count. Improve somebody else's life, pay a compliment, and leave things in better shape than when you found them. That's what I've lived by. That's what I'll continue to live by in recovery and as a member of the community. So this was definitely a surprise, Supervisor, and to the board, let's go get them. There's a lot of work to do out there, and we're counting on you. No pressure. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Councilman McShane. I want to ask if our board is this last week of service in public office, if we could take a quick photo, Sonia, and that way we can show the County of Monterey is sending Councilman McShane off in a good way.
I'm just going to grab the microphone real quick, Steve. I just want to say this resolution includes a lot of incredible things that you've done for our Salinas and for the larger Monterey County and our entire region, really. But it doesn't talk about how you are just the epitome of the biggest cheerleader for local government. I think you've paved a path and provided an example for so many people to find their own way and their own path into local leadership. And for that, like, that's a legacy that not a lot of people can claim. So thank you for everything that you've given.
Thank you. Means a lot.
You got it. Is that the right one?
You got the right one. They're not watching. Okay. Where do we look? Look at the CIO. Okay.
That's yours. Yes, we'll get a few more comments.
Oh, gosh.
So, Steve, I want to thank you for your commitment. A lot on that resolution. One thing that wasn't mentioned is Steve's business acumen, and your investments haven't just impacted Salinas. They've impacted our entire community, even down in Gonzales. I've watched everything you've done for us as a community, Monterey County-wide, in the way that you lift up others. Wendy talked a little bit about the elected aspect and encouraging people to take office to make sure that they're engaging on the right issues. but what you've done investing your time in the things you believe in, I think is the model that so many of us look to. I'm proud to call you a friend. I'm thankful for your investment in our community, whether it's industry or just the basic services that we all expect. You've been there on the front line at a community meeting, at MBARD. I've seen you put your words into action, and that is the type of leader our community deserves. So I thank you for your commitment, and I look forward to continuing to follow all that you do and to see your kids grow on Facebook. You have a beautiful family, and I look forward to continuing to follow Molly and Patrick.
Thank you for the opportunity just to say a couple of words.
Gosh, it's been fun.
Steve and I have had a lot of different interactions over the years. We've worked together in many different capacities, from Rotary to 3CE, and a lot
United
in
Way.
between, and United Way, without question. And it's always been fun to work with you. You know, you run a fun meeting, and you get things done, but you get things done in a way that I think makes people feel relaxed and welcomed and appreciated. And I know that's the core of you, and that you'll bring that to whatever it is that you do in your future endeavors, and you'll always meet with success because of that great smile and that great attitude.
Thank
So
you.
congratulations on your next steps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Steve, I think we may have met about, 20 or some years ago. We're talking regarding landscaping materials between two mutual businesses that we had, and then Christmas trees after that. So I don't think either one of us ever expected we'd be here at this at this moment when that happened. But it's been a pleasure working with you over the years, and I'm sure you'll be successful in what you do. And I wish you the really the very, very best onto that.
So, Steve, we wanted to show you love. I know your board is not always as united, but here today we want to show you some love and appreciation. As Supervisor Askew said, you are Salinas' biggest ambassador, biggest cheerleader, and that is certainly going to be missed in the political circles here in this community. But we know you'll continue to do great work. Muchas gracias. Thank you, sir.
All right. Next up, let me get my notes together here. Okay. Next up, I'd like to welcome David Reichard to join me. We're going to be adopting a resolution celebrating the opening of California State University Monterey Bay's new LGBTQ plus center named the Rainbow Raft Pride Center. And David's brought some allies from CSUMB with us. So I'm going to hand this to you to hold. And I'm going to read a few of these statements here. So, whereas California State University Monterey Bay, CSUMB, has a long and distinguished history of fostering a diverse and inclusive campus community, whereas CSUMB is committed to providing a welcoming and supportive environment for all students, including our lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer students. And the opening of a new LGBTQ plus center at CSUMB named the Rainbow Raft Pride Center represents a significant milestone in the university's ongoing commitment to LGBTQ plus student success. The Rainbow Raft Pride Center will provide a vital space for LGBTQ plus students to connect with one another, access resources, and celebrate our identities. Monterey County Board of Supervisors commends CSU Monterey Bay for its commitment to LGBTQ plus students' inclusion and celebrates the opening of the new Rainbow Raft Pride Center. And I'll invite you to make a few comments. David, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew, and the rest of the board. It's a momentous moment for CSUMB. We've always supported LGBTQ plus students, but we haven't had a center. And thanks to the work of our president and all these folks, I'll have them all introduce themselves. We've been working on this for most of the year, and it opens tomorrow. So I'm very excited, but thank you so much. It's an honor and privilege to be here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for letting us come accept this award. And my name is Tyler. I'm the staff coordinator this semester for the new center.
Yeah, thank you so much for the resolution. My name is Athena Berciaga, and I am one of the founding student coordinators for the center.
Just want to add thank yous. My name is Victoria Gomez. My pronouns are she, hers, and I work at the Autocross Cultural Center where we support.
Hello, everybody. My name is Peter Shong. I work as a program coordinator for the Autocross Culture Center, or known as the OC3. I have the fortunate opportunities to be a student under David Reichert, and so now that I'm a staff, been in this community for about 10 years, so I just want to say thank you for all the work that you've been doing for the campus and for the community, and Tyler and the students for really pushing this. It's been a long time waiting for this space to show up, so really appreciate the work that you're doing for the students and also the community too.
You know, we're really thrilled to be able to host CSUMB here in Monterey County, and want to make sure that we've got these really strong connections between our students at the university and local government. So many opportunities, and I think Monterey County has made a strong commitment to making sure that we have an inclusive workforce, an inclusive space for families within our workforce, and we want to make sure that you all know that the work you're doing we appreciate, and we look forward to welcoming your students into the county family as well in the future. So thank you so much for being here with us today, and keep up the great work. We're here to support you in any way we can.
Go Otters.
Thank you again. And finally, we have our next resolution is to adopt a resolution celebrating National Military Spouse Appreciation Day here in Monterey County. I wanted to welcome up Lieutenant Commander Heather Klein to join me as a military spouse to accept this resolution today. I also want to give a big shout of appreciation to Karen Rutherford for her assistance in preparing this resolution and getting this in front of us today, and also to our Military and Veterans Affairs Office for all of the work that you do to support military spouses, veterans' families, so that we can continue to make sure everyone has the support that they need. So with that, let's see, going to you. All right, so Military Spouse Appreciation Day is celebrated throughout Monterey County and the United States of America on military installations the Friday before Mother's Day each year, since it was first recognized by President Ronald Reagan in 1984. Military spouses demonstrate resilience and adaptability in the face of frequent relocations and deployments. Military spouses often serve as pillars of support within their communities, offering assistance and camaraderie to fellow military families. Military spouses exhibit strength and selflessness, balancing personal sacrifices with unwavering dedication to their service members and their families. Military spouses embody resourcefulness, adept at navigating the challenges of military life and finding creative solutions to everyday obstacles. Military spouses also exemplify patriotism and loyalty, standing steadfast alongside their partners in service to their country. It's my honor to stand here as we recognize that Monterey County Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the county and all residents, hereby celebrate National Military Spouses Appreciation Day on May 10th, 2024. And I'll make it just a personal comment. As a military child, I looked at my mom as we moved and lived in 12 different homes before I turned 12. And the level of adaptability and resourcefulness and resilience that she had to embody, moving the family from place to place to place, the way that I saw her and other moms
work together to make sure that everyone had what they need is really something that's exceptional and that needs to be celebrated. So thank you for being here to acknowledge and celebrate and recognize all of the spouses who make our service members' service possible. I'll see if you want to make any comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you for your service, because I also think military children serve. So you did that as well, and now a life of service. So I want to thank you all so much for having me here today to represent all of my fellow military spouses. And I want to thank you for hiring us. Thank you for allowing us to volunteer in your organizations. We have a one team, one fight mantra because we are part of the readiness that goes along with service to our nation. And we take that very seriously. So we thank you for allowing us to be productive in the communities that we transfer into and that we ultimately retire in. So thank you for this wonderful recognition and resolution. And I would also like to
Thank you. Jack Murphy, I'm the Interim Director of Military and Veterans Affairs for the county. I can think of no one who is more representative of this award than Heather Klein. Former enlisted sailor, retired naval officer, senior spouse on the Presidio of Monterey, where she gives a ton of direct and indirect advice to her husband, Sam Klein, who's the garrison commander, and also oversees the housing on the peninsula for all of our joint service partners and international military partners. She really brings a unique perspective and a ton of energy into helping 6,000 service members and their families as they're here serving our nation for however long they're assigned to Monterey County. It's a beautiful resolution. I do want to mention that this is not the end of her service as a military spouse. In fact, after her 16th move, she and her husband, Colonel Sam Klein, are leaving the area in June because he's being deployed to the Middle East for an undetermined period of time, where a spouse is going to have to continue on in the household and the family. And that's a very, very challenging thing to do. You always have friends and you always have a home back here in Monterey County, you and every single service member and veteran who's passed through here. And to echo what Heather said to our board members and our CAO, thank you for the continued support to our military spouses, to our veterans and service members. We're working hard to make the county the employer of choice, and Heather, in all of her spare time, helps hundreds and hundreds of veterans and transitioning service members find jobs. And that's a very, very desperately needed thing for our active spouses because they move around our country so much. So thank you very much to our board. Thank you, Heather. And please thank you and your family for your continued service.
Jack,
Absolutely, please.
I have one last thing. So the nursing director that I just met this morning gave me the most wonderful news, and I meant to say something earlier, but she told me that she's just hired a military spouse to work with her that's transferring from Germany. Thank you so much.
Fantastic.
Okay, with that, we'll move on to the next items, which is appointments. We have 5 appointments. Is there any public comment on any of these appointments? See no one in the chambers or online. Yes, Supervisor Askew.
I just have to pull for item 12, which is an appointment to the Airport Land Use Commission. And just a comment, this is similar to the Regional Fire District. The Airport Land Use Commission bylaws state that these are actually full board appointments. So I really would like to ask that in the future we list them as such on our agenda so that that's clear to everybody. And I also, this is the second time I've pulled one of these and made this comment, but I do think it's important that we have a fair and open, transparent process for these appointments to occur, be they unexpected vacancies or reappointments. So I'm comfortable, supporting this to move forward, but I just wanted to, again, go on record that a request that we have an open, clear process for how these full board appointments are made moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Askew. I would second that too. Do we have any more besides the fire district in this that would fall into that category?
We're going to take a comprehensive look at all of the committees that we currently have. Both the clerk of the board and I will be working on that, and then identifying specific staff that would be working on to ensure those committees are, those positions are, as they become available, the board is noticed, but also that the website is brought up to date as well. So we'll be working on that going forward.
If I could just add, I think, having our sort of the CAO's division take a closer look at this, having the clerk of the board keep an eye on this and help notify us when these come up. And then through each of the individual offices, I know we often are the ones putting forward the nominations. I would just ask for an extra level, a second look at nominations before we individually put them forward. Make sure if we're aware that it is a full board position or a full board nomination, that we're alerting the CAO's office and the clerk to that as well. I think we're the ones that most often are aware of those. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any?
I'm happy to make the motion. I just noticed it said it was nominated by District 1, 2. I'll be number 3. Go ahead and make a motion then.
I wasn't sure if that was District 1 and 2 or 12. All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Appointments?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. With that, we're going to recess to the Bronte County Sanitation District. And we have the roll call, please.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all directors are present.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
We have one consent item.
Second.
All right. Should we have some, see if there's any public comment? I see public comment on that. All those in favor of the consent? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Any general public comments for the Bronte County Sanitation District? I see none.
There is one hand raised.
What is it?
Phone number ending in 837.
Yes, this is for the Bronte County Sanitation District, general public comments only. You have something, general public comments will follow after, later on.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem. Thank you very much. Seeing no general public comments on the Bronte County Sanitation District, we'll adjourn it and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, but we'll now move and call to order the Pajaro County Sanitation District. We have the roll call for that.
Yes, let the record reflect all directors are present.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
We have one consent item on here. Is there any public comment on that? Seeing none.
Second consent.
Second.
Move from Lopez, second from Alejo. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Now, for the general public comments on the Pajaro County Sanitation District. See none. That will adjourn the Pajaro County Sanitation District and move to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. May we have the roll call by the clerk, please?
Let the record reflect all supervisors are present.
Thank you. With that, we'll have the consent calendar, and we have items 22 through 40. Is there any public comment just on the consent calendar items 22 through 40? I see none. Supervisors, is there anybody that wants to poll or comment on a particular item?
Move consent.
First by Supervisor Lopez, second by Alejo. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. And with that, we'll move to general public comments here for the Board of Supervisors. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to comment on this? People? Yes.
Good morning. John McPherson. I'm the Executive Director of the Alliance on Aging, and I'm here today to give you a quick update on a very important project that we received funding from the state for, and that is to develop a local age and disability action plan. There are grants awarded around the state to develop these plans. We have convened an advisory committee with the help of some of you. We have an advisory committee of over 50 members of our community. We have developed a community assessment, which is now being implemented through phone. It'll be online as well, and then we will have paper surveys done as well to collect from the community what they really want to see in terms of an age and disability action plan to make Monterey County more friendly to those seniors and those with disabilities. So we'll be doing that collection of data through the summer. We'll do an evaluation of that. And then I expect in the fall, we'll be back in front of you and may ask to get on your agenda to present what the action plan is. So I was very excited to give you this update. One other thing quickly, I believe next week there will be a resolution to the Alliance on Aging for the Older Americans Act. I apologize in advance. I will not be here for that. My daughter is graduating from UC Berkeley.
Well, Bears, yeah.
And we're extremely excited to have an actual graduation. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, John.
And just to clarify, these general public comments, there's a 2-minute time limit. And for items not on today's agenda, Ms. Shim?
Okay, good morning, supervisors. I'm Eloise Shim, and I live in District 1, I guess. So I wanted to make a comment about the Board of Supervisors. I noticed that it's May, and you haven't made a resolution about the AAPI and all of the other many of the cities in Monterey, such as Monterey County, such as Salinas and Pacific Grove, had made a resolution to commemorate the Asian American Pacific Islanders May. So I hope that you're going to do that sometime in May. I did attend the Asian Cultural Experience, which is in Salinas this last weekend or the weekend before, and it was very positive. So there, but if you want to, you can also go to the Walk of Remembrance, which is next Saturday, if you want to celebrate Asians. And that is leaving from the historical building in PG and going to Hopkins, Mark Hopkins. So that's the Fishing Village Remembrance. And I also wanted to say quickly that I support UCSC peaceful protest. I'm glad that law enforcement is not harassing the students and giving them their right to protest peacefully. So thank you.
And the AAPI resolution is coming next week, hopefully. In the works.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the chambers with public comments? Is there anybody online? I believe that number ending in 837, this would be the time for you. Is 837 on there? Yes. Number 837, if you would like to comment, you have 2 minutes on items not on the agenda.
Hi, you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can.
You know, last week I was, I have a busy life. The public have busy lives. And the agenda said that the item would be, I believe it was number 6, public comment. So, I had to go away and do some important cleaning work and so forth. And then when I got on there, Supervisor Lopez said, you're not allowed to comment. Public comment is over, because he switched the public comment ahead about half an hour. And this is really a disservice to the public. It's things are put on the agenda. We're looking at the agenda, and to switch items around where there's a significant time difference, I think it shows a lack of respect. And it also shows a big lack of respect that the public is only given 2 minutes. It wasn't this way back in the days of Supervisor Shipnook and Supervisor Strasser-Kaufman. The public, I just sense there's such a lack of respect for the public, I'm sorry to say. You all seem to have great respect for each other and the powers that be, but I don't think there's much respect for the public. I would like to say that I think the resolutions that you're doing, I would like you to do a resolution against this genocide that's happening to the Palestinian people in Gaza, where so many people are being killed with the complicity of the United States government, and it's so wrong. And there's so much police brutality going against the protesters over here, the nonviolent protesters. Maybe it's always been that way back to the Vietnam War days and all before. And everything's a two-edged sword. Police are very nice people, most of them. Military people are nice people, but there's also police brutality and there's military brutality. So things aren't all black and white. And I'm just really questioning. I wish having a genocide funded by our tax dollars against the people who are nonviolent. Thank you very much.
Phone number ending in 705.
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. Lorna Moffett here. I'd like to urge you and the public to stop eating fish. The seas are being fished out. Billions of people are eating fish all over the world. And we at the wharf here are witnessing young little pelicans starving to death. The SPCA and everyone else is overwhelmed with these starving pelicans. And, they can't farm, and it's very important next time you order cheap fish from McDonald's or wherever you go to think twice about our marine environment. And here in Monterey County, we need to get subsidies for the fishermen. And I'm asking that you have a resolution that you go to Congressman Panetta and ask him to get some subsidies for the fishermen so that they do not have to go out and rob the oceans of the last bit of fish there are. And I'm very concerned about the octopus breeding grounds out here that was discovered last year, that that's going to be now taken away. So please, everyone, don't eat fish right now. Let the seas recover. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other or no other comments? We'll close public comment and move on to scheduled matters. The first one is item 15, which is to receive a presentation from the Health Department and Public Health Bureau on the current tobacco use prevention efforts.
Good morning. Happy to be here, Chair Church, members of the board, county colleagues, and members of the public. I am Elsa Jimenez, the Director of Health Services, and will be introducing this item. Today, I am joined by Cristobal Oropesa, our Public Health Program Manager 2, and Elaine Narciso, our Health Program Coordinator, Public Health Supervisor. Elaine joined our team in April and oversees several of our programs, including Public Health's Tobacco Control Program. We're here today to deliver a presentation as requested by your board during your budget workshop last month on current tobacco prevention efforts and proposed strategies to implement evidence-based practices in addressing youth vaping. We request your support to prioritize the use of dual settlement funds for abatement of youth vaping. We recommend the use of these funds over the next several years beginning on July 1st, 2024, in accordance with the proposed prevention strategies. Public health prevention is crucial in addressing youth tobacco and vaping. Early exposure to nicotine can lead to a lifelong addiction and may also increase the likelihood of experimenting with other substances. Preventing youth from starting to use tobacco and vaping products reduces the likelihood of them developing a lifelong addiction to nicotine, leading to better long-term wellness outcomes.
Tobacco and vaping products pose significant health risks, including respiratory problems, cardiovascular diseases, and addiction. Preventing youth from using these products helps mitigate these health risks and harmful behavioral patterns. Now I'll hand it over to Christabel and Elaine, who will proceed with the presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. Today's presentation will provide a brief snapshot of youth tobacco use nationally and statewide to provide some context. We will have limited local data presented today for Monterey County that will be shared today, and at least one of the strategies that we are proposing today, specifically evaluation and partnerships with organizations, may support us in gathering more localized data for our county. We'll provide a general overview of our current grant-funded efforts to reduce uptake, especially among our youth, and review some of the existing gaps in our efforts and the enhanced and new opportunities which we have before us should the settlement of funds be allocated to support public health efforts and prevention efforts. We'll provide a general overview of our current, investing dual settlement funds in public health strategies will better position the county to protect our youth from the harms of e-cigarette products and for potential competitive opportunities.
Good morning, Chair Church, members of the board, Elaine Narciso, Health Program Supervisor. I'll start our presentation by walking us through a snapshot of what tobacco use looks like at the national, state, and local level. Nationally, tobacco use remains the leading cause of preventable death and disease, killing 480,000 people each year. In addition, 16 million Americans live with a tobacco-related disease. In 2022, 14% of adults in the U.S. reported using any type of tobacco product, and 11.6% reported that they smoked. For clarity, when we refer to tobacco use, we're including all forms of tobacco. So this includes smoking cigarettes, cigars, pipes, using smokeless tobacco, and e-cigarettes. And when we refer to the smoking percentage, this refers to the percentage of individuals who smoke cigarettes. In 2022, we also saw that adults between the ages of 18 to 24 and 25 to 44 were more likely to be dual users of e-cigarettes and cigarettes when compared to adults that were 45 years old and older. 2022 also saw an increase in adult e-cigarette users from 4.5% in 2021 to 4.9% in 2022. The increase in e-cigarette use over the past 2 years has been driven by the 18 to 24-year-old age group, and over half of the individuals in this demographic, 65.5%, reported that they did not smoke e-cigarettes previously in 2022. And we would like to note that when we're looking at data, it's important to acknowledge that trends will not only vary by national, state, and local measures, but also by region and population group. We also want to note that there are still challenges and deep disparities that exist within tobacco use that remain to be addressed, and we hope that today we can continue the conversation of some of the ways that we can address these, specifically when we're looking at our youth and young adult populations. Next. Continuing with our national data, in 2023, we did see that approximately 12.6% of high school students, or about 1 out of every 8 high school students in the United States, reported using at least one tobacco product, including e-cigarettes. And this is according to the 2023 National Youth Tobacco Survey. The survey also found that e-cigarettes continues to be the tobacco product that's most popular amongst youth, with 10% of high school students and 4.6% of middle school students reporting current e-cigarette use. The report also found that among middle school students in 2023, there was a 6% increase in the use of e-cigarettes, and this is an increase from 2022 to 2023. Flavored tobacco products, including flavored e-cigarettes, continue to be a big driver of youth tobacco use, with 89.4% of kids who use e-cigarettes and 86.9% of youth tobacco users using any type of flavored tobacco product. Moving on to state data, while California remains amongst the lowest in the nation for adult smoking rates, our state has dropped from its position of second lowest in the nation to third lowest in the nation in 2023, with our state smoking rate for adults increasing to 9.7%. When it comes to our California youth, For the second year in a row in 2023, California had the second highest number of new youth smokers per year, with over 2,000 new youth in California beginning to smoke, and that's for 2022 and 2023. Additionally, current tobacco use rate among California high school students increased from 6.6% in 2022 to 7.3% in 2023. And as we transition to look into Monterey County, we do see that in 2021, 12% of Monterey County adults were current cigarette smokers, which for that year was higher than the state percentage of 9%, but just below the national percentage of 15%. In terms of Monterey County youth tobacco use, as Cristobal mentioned, our data is limited, but we do know that in 2017 to 2019, current e-cigarette and smoking and vaping was 5% amongst our 7th graders, 7% amongst our 9th graders, and 6% amongst 11th grade students here in Monterey County. We are also happy to add that we have been in contact with Dr. Deneen Gus, the Monterey County Superintendent of Schools, and we will be meeting with them to learn more about what vaping issues look like in our schools today.
We currently have one tobacco prevention grant, and this is a multi-year grant through the California Department of Public Health. The grant is funded through Prop 99 and Prop 56. These are both cigarette pack taxes funds. And so these strategies are currently part of our required tobacco control work. And what we're focusing in on currently is our tobacco retail license. So we have most jurisdictions right now on board with the tobacco retail ordinance. We're in the process of agreements with the City of Marina and Delray Oaks. Remaining jurisdictions are Greenfield and Sand City. Smoke-free housing, so draft ordinance was in review for consideration in unincorporated areas. There have been significant staff changes and impacts that have delayed the review of the ordinance, so we do have plans to revisit this item in the next several months. Pacific Grove currently has a smoke-free multi-unit housing ordinance that they adopted in 2019. And although other jurisdictions have expressed to us that they are interested, most have requested to revisit this item at a later date. Education and coalition building is one of our main strategies, and through education, through outreach media, and presentations to stakeholders and community is another strategy to raise awareness about tobacco products, debunk myths, and mobilize communities to create support for a healthier Monterey County. Because our existing funds, grant funds, allow limited in-school activities, services have been geared primarily towards adults. And as an example, the Adult Coalition Building promotion of cessation services and resources for adults. Our program has started promoting cessation services such as Kick It California. These are free, and there is some limited data available to us in the last 6 months of 2023, so July through December. There were only about 60 community residents from Monterey County that access to this service, and only about 2 of those were youth under the age of 18. Community awareness about these types of resources can be significantly increased with additional funds. There are several challenges and gaps in current tobacco use prevention funding that hinder comprehensive efforts to address tobacco use effectively. Examples include inconsistent and insufficient grant funding. This is one of the primary challenges. The limitation can restrict the scope and reach of prevention initiatives and make it difficult to implement comprehensive strategies. Funding for tobacco use prevention programs is subject to cuts, and it fluctuates. Beginning in the new fiscal year, our grant funding for tobacco prevention is being reduced by approximately $40,000, and this is for the second year in a row. This instability makes it challenging to sustain long-term efforts and maintain continuity. Categorical funding adds additional challenges to public health in implementing The more comprehensive approaches that you'll hear about today, funding gaps can result in fragmented approaches to tobacco use prevention and in implementing strategies that address multiple risk factors, such as education for our youth about dual use, tobacco and cannabis use, and current and emerging products. Addressing these challenges requires us to have a multifaceted approach that involves targeting interventions and focus on evidence-based practice to maximize the impact of tobacco use prevention efforts. There are currently no dedicated funds for vaping prevention and education in our division, and program gaps that we would like to see close, again, include the evaluation across all public health tobacco-related programs, education for youth and their parents, specific to vaping, subcontracts and agreements with local community-based organizations and partners, and media efforts on vaping education and prevention. In 2016, e-cigarettes gained dominance in the U.S. market thanks to the appeal of flavors like mango, mint, and creme brulee. Unfortunately, the popularity of these devices among teenagers led to a widespread youth vaping crisis affecting communities, schools, and households across the nation. In response, various government entities, consumers, individuals harmed by the use of these products filed lawsuits against Juul, seeking accountability for the company's role in this public health epidemic. While litigation settlements have been reached, youth vaping continues to be a problem. The settlements are designed to be used to address the youth vaping problem. These funds can be used for a broad array of solutions and efforts, preventative measures which reduce harm caused by the vaping epidemic. There is a requirement that the settlement funds be used to address the problem. The total settlement amount is just over $1.8 million. And public health has learned of a requirement as well to complete annual reports on the use of funds. We have yet to receive the specific instructions on the reports, but anticipate receiving more in this coming fiscal year.
Now that we have heard about the existing challenges, I would like to turn our attention to the opportunities. Addressing the youth vaping crisis is going to require a multifaceted approach that combines education, prevention, and treatment. Strategically allocating litigation funds is an important step to addressing the problem. On the screen are some of the ways public health would like to use the Juul settlement funds, with the opportunities listed being focused on prevention. These opportunities include evaluation, education, media and arts, subcontracts with community-based organizations, and cessation promotion partnership. Utilizing these strategies, funds will be strategically used to help address the youth vaping problem here in Monterey County. And in the following slides, we'll share more information and examples of what these opportunities can look like. As part of our education efforts, we would like to implement comprehensive education campaigns for youth, parents, and educators, with these campaigns focused on raising awareness about the risks and consequences of vaping, debunking myths about their harmlessness, and promoting healthier alternatives. There are existing evidence-based curriculums that we would be able to utilize, and public health will need to review these different curriculums, but also obtain input from our youth so that we can identify the curriculum that best fits the needs of our community. Some of the existing curriculum options are Catch, Truth Initiative, and the Stanford Reach Lab. Educational programming would also include presentations, workshops, and peer-led activities to discourage vaping and provide support for those that are struggling with addiction. Education efforts would also include engaging social media platforms, schools, and community organizations to be effective in reaching the desired audience. On this slide, we continue with examples of what prevention efforts can look like. So these additional prevention efforts can look like tabling with interactive visuals, but also tabling where we're working with youth from our community to share educational messaging and resources. Prevention efforts can also look like prevention kits, with some examples being shown on the screen. And so these kits would contain a variety of items, and it can include things such as vaping cessation information. They could be vaping quick kits, or they can include vaping information in addition to other things such as safer sex supply and information about other resources that we offer here in Monterey County. And the idea behind these prevention kits is that they would be placed in strategic locations throughout the entire county. and some potential locations would be schools, clinics, community-based organizations, and other areas where youth congregate. And given that these funds are going to be focused on youth, public health does want to work to engage local youth in diverse and meaningful ways. Youth involvement in our programming efforts can look like youth-led campaigns, peer-to-peer education, creative arts and media, community engagement, and training and leadership development. Public health wants to make it a point to engage the youth in our community because in these diverse and meaningful ways, because we know that together we can harness their creativity, energy, and perspectives and work to strengthen the tobacco use prevention efforts and create a healthier Monterey County. Lastly, as mentioned earlier, addressing the youth vaping crisis is going to require a combination of education, prevention, and treatment. On the screen are promotional materials for This Is Quitting. This Is Quitting is a program that was launched by the Truth Initiative in 2019, and it is a quit vaping text message program with over 640,000 young people enrolled, surpassing all quitline programs and other vaping cessation products on the market. Public Health would partner with Truth Initiative to promote This Is Quitting to the teens and young adults here in Monterey County. Through this partnership, we deliver a custom version of This Is Quitting and receive reporting on enrollment, engagement, and outcomes. Public Health would execute a media campaign utilizing these materials to help drive enrollment and provide education-based cessation programs that are both culturally tailored and appropriate for youth.
We're here to ask for your support in applying these funds to enhance current efforts in public health and to apply these to new strategies. We have an opportunity to reduce uptake in tobacco use, especially among our youth. The opportunities which we've shared before you today would continue to support public health prevention efforts to protect the youth from the harms of e-cigarettes and tobacco use products. In order for public health to commit to new enhanced youth vaping prevention mitigation strategies, the Health Department requests the board's support and approval in allocating the dual settlement funds in the amount of $1.487999 to the Health Department Public Health Bureau to be utilized over the next 3 years. This slide provides an example of what the allocation could look like. We estimate 3 years of programming, and when funds have been spent down, we will reduce programming to the level of services covered by grants. If at that time there are no new tobacco grants that have been received by our team, we would reduce the services. But again, the goal of these funds would be to make the most out of this one-time opportunity before us and to build community and public health capacity to address this issue long-term. The augmentation request as presented in the budget workshop on April 2nd is in the amount of $496,000 for fiscal year 24-25. This amount includes these strategies and the opportunity for the Health Department to further explore and implement some of the options you heard today. I'd like to thank the board for making the request to hear more from Health and for discussing the plans for the dual settlement dollars with us and inviting us to present our ideas. We appreciate the opportunity to bring this forward to you and to collaborate with you on this important topic. We'd like to open up for any questions that you might have of us.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Askew?
Thank you for the information, and clearly a lot of thought and intention has gone into how do we use these dollars and for the highest good to achieve the greatest outcomes. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who's been working on this. I do want to go back sort of in time. Many years ago, we got the tobacco retail licensing ordinance up and running, and we've been working really hard. I mean, I know you guys have been working hard. We've got community members working hard and city electeds working hard to get the TRLO adopted by as many local cities as possible, with the intention of saying, we've got the education piece, but also making sure that we don't have retailers who are selling tobacco products to minors. We've since, that adoption, I think, was back in 2012, if I'm remembering correctly. We now have a ban on flavored tobacco. We have a ban on single-use e-cigarettes here in Monterey County. And for a while, we were doing enforcement in addition to the education component for that. And I'm just curious if there's an opportunity to use some of these funds to get that enforcement component back up and running. I think it's been 5 years or more since we've had the decoy operations out, going in to check on our retailers to make sure that they're not selling tobacco to minors. The data that was provided to us, back in 2012, was rather staggering in terms of recognizing how many of our tobacco retailers were actually selling tobacco to children, which sort of led us to say we need to do something about this. Being that it's been 5 years since we've had any data or any enforcement on the TRLO, it's hard to know, like, are we doing better? Are we doing worse? But in that time period, the electronic cigarettes have really become more of a thing, with the single-use e-cigarettes circulating in our schools. And when I was on the school board, it was a huge issue. We had kids in middle school passing around the single-use e-cigarettes, and knowing now that we have a limit on we've limited the ability of local retailers to sell those products. I'm hoping that our data would tell us that we're doing better, but we really need to get that enforcement piece of the TRLO back up and running before we know how well we're doing or not. So I'm just wondering, can you comment on how these settlement funds can be used to support and uplift the work that we do have in place with the TRLO, and how the TRLO, which is supposed to be self-funding, how we're using those dollars to ensure that we're limiting the supply of tobacco products to youth in our community.
Supervisor Askew, I can share that we have transitioned most recently the enforcement piece from the Sheriff's Department over to environmental health. So environmental health is leading the way on the enforcement piece. The tobacco retail license ordinance fees are intended to support the enforcement piece on that end. We did participate on a webinar held by the litigation attorneys. That was more of a technical assistance piece to the counties. They did discourage use of these funds specifically for enforcement. But again, the good news, I think, is that it has transitioned over to environmental health. I don't have data as far as how many inspections, compliance checks have been completed. So we would have to get that information from environmental health and then bring that forward.
Okay, so when you say that I'm sorry, you said that these funds are discouraged for use for enforcement?
For enforcement. That was what was advised to us.
Okay, so we couldn't use these funds for to combine and make sure that we've got TRLO that's effective. That's interesting. So it's only for education then?
Prevention and
I think
education.
County Council wants to weigh in here.
Supervisor, and we also have Deputy County Counsel Stacy Sieta who's been working on this. We have, it's an interesting issue in that the actual settlement agreement doesn't put any limits on how it is to be used. However, there's a very active judge in charge of the multi-district litigation who is demanding progress reports on how the money is being spent, and has indicated the money should only be spent for prevention measures versus enforcement. How that would play out if we chose to use the money for enforcement, I can't tell you, but it is taking a chance with the judge.
Okay, well, I guess I would pose an argument that preventing the sale of tobacco products, specifically single-use electronic cigarettes, to children would be a way to prevent children from starting their path towards tobacco addiction. So I would just encourage us to maybe challenge that a little bit. I want to see our tobacco retail licensing ordinance be effective, and I think that these dollars represent a way for us to get the undercover and unannounced visits back up and running. So that would be what I would hope we could explore a little more on this.
Thank you very much for the great presentation and your work. This is a very important area in public health, and especially trying to help our most vulnerable residents who are often targets for these new products. And I'm glad Monterey County has made this a priority. But I did want to echo what my colleague Supervisor Askew just said. I think the judge is not the legislator; he's a decision maker. But we're allocated our money, and this board is the policy body that makes a decision how we want to use our settlement dollars. And I would highly question whether a judge would say a county who used their money for enforcement of its tobacco retail licensing program would disagree that that's not a good use of these funds. And I would just say that when you might have the very good ordinances in place, but if those retailers know that nobody's enforcing anyway, it's really easy to violate the law, knowing that nobody will ever enforce what we've put into ordinance language. So that's where I think that is an important piece. It's been a very long time, and when there is enforcement and there's a few high-profile cases in the news, it puts all retailers in alert that they better be following through on what our statutes require. So I did want to. I think the rest is good, but I think that there is that missing piece. If you want to be effective, I think this county has done other efforts prohibiting smoking in our parks and our buildings. There's more to do, as you just stated. You're working on an ordinance regarding apartment buildings, but I do think that this is a critical piece if we want to have our ordinance actually mean something to those who are selling these products every day out in our communities. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
So I just love it when I take the exact opposite approach to everybody else, and I'm doing that again. I don't think money for enforcement is going to stop kids from smoking or vaping or using products. I think what stops kids from doing it is making it unaffordable and making it totally uncool to do. So the thought of prevention in my mind is extremely creative ways of coming up with public media and social media programs. And my first question was going to be, is there a limit in the actual numbers, that the amount of money that we can take over the 3 years? And my thought is this, that if in fact we were fortunate to come up like a competition among the schools on who can get the best ad that would be made that would go on whatever media, and it's fabulous and is really good, and we decided, and it's looking great, that we could invest more money up front in a program that was showing absolute a return on our investment, so to speak, if we wanted to invest more than the $496,000 that was limited, the dividing it among 3 years. Could we spend $600,000 if we wanted to in the first year because we had something that was working, and we could see that we could ratchet it down a little bit in the other 2 years? Do you know the answer to that?
I don't know the answer to that. I would think that it would depend on the board's and budget committee's recommendations.
Because we're getting the full amount.
May be limited in, I don't believe we've gotten the full amount just yet. We're getting them in installments. So it may be limited to what has been received by the county.
Okay, all right, that's one of my thoughts. And then you had indicated early on in the discussion that the data is limited that we have. And I wanted to ask why that is. Why is there limited data?
So currently at the local level, part of where we pool information for Monterey County youth right now, it's currently just the California Healthy Kids Survey, and locally there aren't as many surveys that are done like there are at the national and the state level. So or if they are done, they're not done as frequently, and so that's part of why there is some of that limitation in the data that's publicly available to us.
Okay, so data collection, should we choose to go there to ask why do kids do this in the first place and how many children are actually doing it within our county, that does not have anything to do with enforcement, so we could use some of the money for that if we so chose. It sounds like to me if that would be helpful.
Correct. And some of these curriculums and partnerships that we mentioned today, for example, Truth Initiative has a data dashboard that we would be could essentially purchase access to.
Okay. And then finally, I just wanted to go back to my comment. Number one, that money for enforcement isn't going to stop kids from smoking. But the second one is making it unaffordable. Has there been any effort at looking locally at any kind of an additional tax on the sale of tobacco products? It would have to be a ballot, but it could be a countywide sort of thing, so that there would be, it would make it more difficult for kids to afford being able to vape or use e-cigarettes or whatever it is that they're doing. Do you know if there's been any history of when the last time was that the price of these products was increased?
Not locally. Proposition 56, the tobacco tax, was it $2 per pack?
And do you know when that was, Prop 56?
I believe I do have that. Hang on one second.
And this applied to vape type products as well as cigarettes and chew and all of that?
So Prop 56 was, I didn't write down the dates, I'm sorry.
That's all right, that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good, so it's been a while. I have no idea how much it costs these days, but my firm belief is that attempting to make it more unaffordable is certainly one of the ways that we were able to help get people to drastically reduce their smoking way back in the day when the tobacco tax was passed. So I thank you very much for your presentation, and I think we have a lot of good opportunities ahead, and I do really hope that you will consider my comment about having some sort of a competition among the schools in the district so that the kids are already engaged in the process, and they are the ones that would be most knowledgeable about, what's going to work to make smoking cool. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
I just wanted to make a clarifying point. When I speak of enforcement, I'm not in any way talking about enforcement of the children. I'm speaking to the enforcement that's outlined through the tobacco retail licensing ordinance, ensuring that retailers aren't selling tobacco to children. So I just wanted to make my comment abundantly clear. And I think to Supervisor Adams' point, it's not directly a tax, but the tobacco retail licensing ordinance is an annual fee of $384 that is borne by the retailer of tobacco products for every location that they're selling tobacco products. And if that fee, the idea was that fee would cover the cost of both gathering information through decoy operations so that we have some information about how many retailers are selling tobacco to children. And so maybe that's the alternative question if we aren't in a position or willing to take the risk of spending some of these dollars on the actual decoy operations for the purpose of enforcement, I would ask that we consider spending some of these dollars on decoy operations, at least so that we can be collecting data that tells us, are our tobacco retailers, is the education that we're providing to them effective, or do they continue to sell single-use e-cigarettes? Do they continue to sell products to children? Do they continue to sell banned flavored tobacco products? Having that information would then, I think, help us make a case in future years for spending funding from the Juul settlement on enforcement. So I'm open to how we get to that point, but I really think that this is something that we spent a lot of time and money trying to get in place. The argument from the retailers was that having an annual fee would increase the cost of the tobacco products. So if you're suggesting, and I would be supportive, if increasing the fee of the TRLO is necessary so that increase the cost of the products ultimately, I'm fine with that, but I really want to see us get back on track with in collecting data around our retailers and ultimately enforcing the ordinances that we have in place.
It takes every one of the things that we've been talking about.
That was where I was going, Mary. So it was just to say, I'm sorry I don't provide additional clarity, but a belief that the different pieces need to be in place, including enforcement, including education. That's how we're going to move the needle up. But I'm also realistic in that when you raise the price to a point, you start to see it come in over borders, right? We don't live on an island. It's not like we have that control as a state. And I'm hearing more and more that the products are still available, but they're being sold individual to individual in a black market or gray market of sorts, where folks are buying it in Arizona, Nevada, in bulk and bringing it in. And that's the piece we're up against, especially with youth at this point, because their flavors are still available in other states, right? And so I just want to be realistic about the approach, and I think the education piece helps there. I agree that enforcement on those operators that are doing business here legally needs to continue and be stepped up, in my opinion. And so I'm sorry I don't provide additional clarity beyond saying that I support the different efforts put forward. The amounts, you know, I look to my colleagues for additional approaches there, because picture understanding the restraints on this funding put in by a judge, I think is critical for us, but it's also just the opinions of one person, which is always tough to handle. I just wonder what review looks like as we go through these processes, and what are potential risks if we spend the money and then find out the judge didn't like it. What does that mean for us as a county, and what does that review process look like? I think would be critical for us.
Would you be able to answer that?
I actually would invite my colleague Stacy Sayeda up, who's actually been looking at all this stuff in detail, and hoping she can speak to it a little better.
Good morning, everyone. I did want to say, based upon my experience as a former alcohol prevention attorney, a researcher, and also as a member of our office of the County Council, that indeed the TRL ordinance is a form of prevention. And so it is a tool, just one more tool for use by the county. So to the extent that money is spent on prevention, that would be consistent with the court's order. And by the way, the order was based upon the agreement of 1,500 cities and counties, and those cities and counties made very clear that money was to be spent for compensatory restitution or remediation, to enable government entities throughout the country to adopt tailored, community-focused approaches to youth vaping and addiction prevention, education, and cessation treatments. So nothing's mentioned about enforcement, but I think we don't have to just look at the TRL as an enforcement tool, but as a tool for evaluation and the healthiness of the community. So we could talk about that further as the funding comes in.
So I think the other part of Supervisor Lopez's question was, if we don't spend it the way the judge is comfortable with, what are the ramifications?
I don't think there'll be ramifications. I think it's so long as we spend most of the money consistent with the spirit of the settlements and discussions. So I think if we don't spend every dime on the very focused prevention, education, but so long as we are addressing the overall issue, and primarily spend the funding on education, prevention, and treatment, I think we're going to be good.
Thank you. As I look at this, and thank you for the presentation, as I look at the numbers that have been presented here of those who are using this, obviously California is on the lower end, and as a county, we're on the lower end of California. So we're doing very good here. 1 out of 8. Was it 1 out of 8 students nationally are using tobacco products? But we look in Monterey County, we're at like 1 out of 15 or 1 out of 20. So we already had that down to a real small, hardcore group. And as we go about on this approach, I'm wondering if we have the data to know who we should be targeting to keep from using these products, because nationally, almost 9 out of 10 aren't using them anyway, and so there's a real small group that we need to be focusing on. And I think we're trying to look here at a lot of different ideas, but I wonder if we really have the data here within our area, which we're doing so good, to really spend this almost $2 million effectively. And so I feel like there's a little bit more research here to get an idea of, so we know where to target this. I'm in favor of the idea here on the enforcement. There was some mention, I think it was Supervisor Adams did it, made a mention about sort of creative approach on here too. And I think all that's, is really important. I know initially we had, there was some discussion about some diversion activities that could have been utilized into there, but that may not be in the spirit of this. Or I don't know if I'm giving any better direction to anybody else up here, but I feel that we need to do something. We have an opportunity here to do something really creative, and maybe approach this in a different way. And I'm not sure if we're any of us up here are having the idea, or anybody in this room is having the idea onto that. But is there a time limit we have to spend this money?
I have not explored that issue, so.
So I'm just trying to make sure we spend it $2 million correctly. But yeah, Supervisor Askew, maybe you have some thoughts here.
Just comment, as a parent of a tween ager, spending a lot of time with kids in middle school and high school, the stories that I hear regularly, daily, about what happens in the bathrooms, about what happens after school, about what happens on the walk to McDonald's afterwards. 100%. I think there's education, there's opportunity, but also kids will be kids forever, right? They will always find a way to be kids. And so from where I sit, I trust that you all are in that space. You're working with our educators. You have the data. You're working in the prevention space. So I'm comfortable relying on where our experts are coming from. And from where I sit, I really see eliminating access to the degree possible, reducing access, and investing in harm prevention for those kids that, I know, like my kid is going to do what the kids around him is doing. Like that's just the reality for a lot of our kids. And so how do I make sure that, that those opportunities are less than more, and that there's the educational piece surrounding that. So I'm comfortable relying on that, but I would like to see us amend our budget or figure out how to include some element of the data collection around the TRLO into what we're proposing.
I'll go Supervisor Adams and Supervisor Alejo.
I think actually all we are asked to do here, the recommended action, is to allocate all of the settlement funds to the Public Health Department. And I don't think that any of us are, are thinking that that's not a good idea. So I think, they know what they're going to be doing, and I think they've kind of heard from us a little bit. So I think that, that we have completed our work.
Supervisor Alejo.
I disagree. This board makes the decision with the advice and professional recommendations from our health department. But I agree. But one piece that is missing that people have brought up is that wasn't included in the presentation is how are we using the available annual monies that we're collecting? How much do we get? If we're supposed to be using it for data collection and enforcement. And I see also coming up, but it would be good to have that, saying, okay, these are the existing funding streams, and this is how we've used it. And I hear that there's needs for data collection and enforcement, but if that's the intended purpose, then where is that money going to? Maybe Elsa will answer that before I continue.
I probably don't have an exact answer for you, but as was referenced earlier, our fee was set many, many years ago. And there has been quite a bit of a shift and transition in terms of how we're going to support our own TRLO and those cities that have elected to use us for the youth decoys and the enforcement. We are transitioning from the Sheriff's Department to environmental health, and they're looking to see which community-based organization we could possibly partner with to be able to provide the youth so that we can ramp up the checks. I can tell you that currently portion of the money goes to public health for some of their broader education campaigns. The rest of the money is slated to go to environmental health. We are actually going out when we do our annual inspections or biannual inspections and making sure that there's signage up, that there aren't single cell cigarettes available for purchase. that the retailers are complying with the intent of what's the requirements under the TRLO. So we are doing that and educating on the spot. If there are corrections to be made, the piece that's missing that has been mentioned here is the ability then to go in and check to see if they are in fact selling or not selling to youth. I'd be happy to have staff prepare a presentation, possibly later in June or the beginning of July once we're ready to ramp that up, and we can provide you more specifics in terms of, how many retailers there are by jurisdiction, how much money is being collected, and what the funds are being utilized. So we are getting ready to hopefully relaunch the implementation of the TRL in terms of confirming that sales are not happening to minors.
Great, because we haven't had that discussion in a while or had that presentation. I'm good with most of what you're recommending, but if we could adjust this, I don't know if this requires us to come back at a later time just to have staff make that kind of adjustment, but perhaps also look at those other funding streams because we just haven't heard on, that those funds are going somewhere, but we haven't seen the results of what they've done, how many inspections, how many visits, none of that. I think it's all absence from this discussion today.
Well, if it pleases the board, we do have our budget hearings coming up. Health Department could provide additional context in terms of the TRL and broader tobacco prevention efforts as part of our ask for approval to allocate 100% of the dual settlement funds in this space, or if there's another option that you would like us to come back with more details on the TRL.
Thank you.
So,
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I would just hope that in your presentation, you would include a very specific allotment to looking at public and social media expenditure to make it not cool. Thanks.
Just to clarify, it is an augmentation request as part of the budget, so it would be appropriate for her to discuss that specific aspect, the 496 that's being requested for this program. But also in addition to that, I think what Supervisor Askew has kind of mentioned in terms of the enforcement piece is really that also like a diversion piece, so to speak. So I'll, probably in reference to that prevention piece, really what we're trying to do is stop the sale to these individuals or access for these minors to those specific products. So maybe with that in mind and the partnerships that you're going to have with the community organizations, the end goal is to further educate on both sides, not just the minors, but also those individuals that are accessing it for the minors.
Yes, definitely. And as staff mentioned during their presentation, they are going to be meeting with our partners at the Monterey County Office of Education to really understand from their lens the extent of the issue in their schools and also what opportunities there may be to support or expand efforts that they may be trying to implement at the schools, because that's where our kids spend most of the day hours. So they are a good partner to help devise the strategies. And message heard Supervisor Adams in terms of pushing out messages and coming out strong and maybe tapering that over time.
Well, I like to, we're a little bit over time, try to see if we can come to some kind of conclusion on here. I know we're all talking a little bit about enforcement a little bit and to some degree. And I don't know where the rest of the board stands onto this. I mean, I do like the idea of there was any kind of diversion element to this as well. I understand it can't be majority of this, it's only a portion of it, but at the same time, I wish we had a little more data locally on those that are most at risk to target, because what we're putting out is something going out to all these students. Yet we're really worried about a small percentage, and I'd really, whether we were able to focus and target a little bit better on that.
I definitely think that in our conversation with the superintendent of schools, who has the pulse of what's happening across the 20-plus school districts in Monterey County, we'll have a better sense of perhaps where to prioritize initial investments so that we are making sure that we're investing in those communities that are hardest hit by our youth vaping.
So,
and I can come back hopefully with those details during our budget hearing.
Okay, so yep. Yeah, this is probably a good time to go out to public comment then. Is there any public comment on this? There is public comment, okay. Yes, okay, some in the chambers.
Okay, good afternoon again. I'm Eloise. I wanted to talk about, since last week I went to the Cannabis Committee and I talked about the gateway or the connection between cannabis and opioids, but I think there's also a connection between nicotine and other kinds of drugs. And I was wondering if the health department, I know in Santa Cruz, they recently gave a report about the number of opioid overdose deaths. And I'd like the health department to also report in on that, if it's possible. And maybe a report about the number, finding the data of youth that are using cannabis as well.
Thank you. And yes, somebody else in chambers?
My name is Rosa Espinosa y my English level is Spanglish. And somebody...
Perdón, hay un intérprete, oiga. El Diego, nomás hay que asegurar que está disponible.
Okay.
Normalmente es que hable poquito quedito y así él le puede escuchar y interpretar por usted.
Ok, mi nombre es Rosa Espinosa y voy a representar a los padres de habla hispana. Y quiero enfatizar que los programas como la presentación de que tuvieron en este momento en realidad es tirar el dinero a la basura. No han funcionado. Yo suelo ser peatonal y constantemente veo a los jóvenes bajando del bus y ya bajan con sus cigarros electrónicos, ya se han descarado en todo perdón por la expresión, pero estos programas que supuestamente están para educar a los padres, a las escuelas, en realidad no han funcionado y no deben de ser apoyados económicamente por el gobierno porque nosotros como padres pagamos taxis, nos levantamos a las 3 de la mañana a trabajar y dejamos al cuidado de estos programas de prevención, las escuelas. Depositamos la confianza en ellos y en realidad son un fraude. Lo siento mucho, pero yo no apoyo este tipo de programas. Dinero a la basura.
Thank you for your comments. We have anybody online?
The sheriff, Tina Nieto.
Yes, Sheriff Nieto.
Unmute.
Sheriff?
Can you hear me now? I don't know why my camera's not working. Can you hear me though?
Yes, we can.
Okay, it's because they have me as not as a participant. Anyways, talking about matter on the Joel for the tobacco stuff, the sheriff's office would like to be included in the conversation. Maybe in the future, it might be too late. I know that every other place that I've worked, when it comes to doing the shoulder taps, the enforcement, the decoys, working at the establishments when we're doing citations and stuff law enforcement has been involved with it, not just code enforcement. So I don't know if we looked at that piece of it because I know that a lot of it's education. And so I get that piece. I understand that piece, but the enforcement piece of it, we would like to be part of that.
Thank you, Sheriff.
That's it.
Anyone else? Bring it back here then to, I think I have a sense that we want to approve this, but sort of these diverse comments from the board to try to include in as much as possible.
You may want to discuss it instead during budget hearings, since we already have it scheduled as an augmentation, and the department is going to speak on that date, so the board could make the decision to move forward in that, whatever avenue, but it's already part of the budget discussion.
I'll move approval of the staff recommendation that's in front of us and just ask staff to take into consideration the feedback that's been provided today and bring it back a more specific recommendation for how to expend during budget hearings.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have first and second, Supervisor.
Yeah, I just want to say, make sure like that when it comes back, that hopefully their recommendations are adjusted so that it's not just the same thing, but they've heard what we've said and perhaps have some other augmentations for the diversion, for the enforcement, and then we can move forward. And then the data that we asked for earlier as well on the existing tobacco retail licensing and how it's being used. Thank you.
And I fully agree with that there too. So, okay. We can move on this then. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? This motion passes. Thank you very much for the fine presentation and discussion. We have one item on here. This is 16. It's the Caltrans Garrett Prada Bridge. Phil, you like to do this? You have your auctioneer's voice ready to run this one through, or
It should be very quick. We don't have a formal presentation. Last time this project was considered, a working group was prepared to look at different options for the bridge rails and alternatives. They held their first meeting on April 26th, but haven't come to a final recommendation. So staff are recommending that the project be continued to June 25th, 2024.
June.
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
Public comment? In chambers, nobody online? Good. We have a first and second. Supervisor?
I'm glad that there's a motion. I have to just make a couple of quick comments, if you don't mind. I just want to give a shout out to Caltrans to thank them for working on the formation of this special working group. It's gone really well. I think that Phil would probably agree with that. We had one meeting and we were all kind of surprised and delighted to see how it went. There were also a couple of volunteers that we had, Gary Knott and Steve Lyon, were community members that had a tremendous engineering type background that were able to represent the interest of the Big Sur residents significantly. So I know we're in a hurry, so I'm not going to take up any more time, but I just wanted to shout out especially to Caltrans and to the other folks who are working on this. And I'm really pleased with how it's going, and hopefully it'll really go someplace and it won't just be wasted time. Thanks.
Thank you. So I think we can bring this to a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes, and we will recess for lunch and be back at 1:30. I'd like to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors here at 1:30. May you have the roll call, please?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams and Root Askew joining us shortly, and here is one of them.
And the announcement of Spanish interpretation services by Diego Salas. Thank you, Diego. We're going to move to schedule items. Thank you, Diego. We announced earlier that we were going to be switching items 17 and 18. So we're going to start with item 18, which is receiving a report outlining potential revenue enhancement options.
Thank you, Chair, Church, members of the board, members of the public, staff. My name is Ezequiel Vega. I'm the Assistant CEO in the section of budgeting for the County of Monterey. And today, as indicated, I'm going to be presenting this item related to revenue enhancement options. As you recall, when we were working on the budget for fiscal year 24-25, we had identified that the County of Monterey could potentially be facing some a deficit into the next fiscal year and also into the out years. So as part of that, we made a presentation to the Board of Supervisors in the budget workshop on April 2nd. We had this element actually as part of that presentation, but due to timing, we didn't have an opportunity to elaborate on a lot of the points that will be important for the board to be able to make a determination as to whether or not some of these budget and enhancement options will be feasible to implement for the county. Since that presentation occurred on April 2nd, we have been working on getting the recommended budget ready for the Board of Supervisors, and that recommended budget should be released shortly, sometime later tonight. So you actually will have the full budget book released electronically with the recommendations from our office as to on a balanced budget. That does not include any of these options that are going to be presented today. And also, as you are aware, the county continues to work on the different labor agreements, the different labor groups. So that is also not included. Any potential results of that is not included in the budget. Yeah. So what we have to just keep in mind is that the budget will be recommended to be balanced, and I'm going to go over all the different options that you see here in front of the screen today. As part of this presentation, what we're going to be focusing on is ensuring that if the county is going to be, you're going to have a balanced budget as I indicated earlier, but if costs increase in any way from this point forward, then we're going to have to make adjustments to that budget. And the Board of Supervisors, therefore, is looking at potential options to increase potential revenue options or maybe decreasing some of the expenditures. And as indicated previously, one of none of these revenue options are included as part of the recommended budget, but in terms of decreasing expenditures and reallocating those dollars that were allocated for that program, the recommended budget is going to have the recommendation to suspend the supplemental pension and funded liability accrual program. This is a supplemental program that the county implemented about 3 fiscal years ago, whereby we were dedicating general fund dollars and also other dollars from other funds to pay down the unfunded accrual liability in addition to the payment that we currently made to CalPERS. It was a supplemental program. So the recommendation will be that we suspend this program And then if there are one-time dollars available at the end of each fiscal year in terms of one-time, then we will be able to recommend some of those dollars to be used just to continue funding some of that program or to the full extent that it was funded in the prior years, depending if we have excess revenues over expenditures in a given year. So with that, I'll just go through all these different options that we have on the presentation. When I get to the point of discussing the potential increase on sales tax, I'm going to ask Wayne Padilla from HDL, one of the consultants that the county has a contract with that helps us monitor the sales tax performance of the county and provide projections. He will be helping explain a little more in detail how the sales tax process could work for the county if that option is chosen by the board to implement as an option in the future. So without further ado, I'm just going to go into some of the options that you saw on the screen. The first of those options that we could potentially be looking at as a county is a change on the transient occupancy tax, commonly known as TOT or maybe TOT in other areas of other counties, but it's the same difference. Is this tax is implemented as a percentage of the price of a room stay per night on hotels and other accommodation units within the county. Currently, the rate in the county of Monterey is 10.5%. And this rate has been in effect for a long time, since almost its inception. It hasn't been changed really since it was an inception in the county of Monterey. If this table that you see here in front of you, you see that if we had a 0.25% increase on TOT and the voters approved that, then we could potentially get about $924,000 for every 0.25% an increase on TOT. So on this table in front of you, you see a range between 10.5% to 12%. That 12% is just a number that the Board of Supervisors could use as a reference. Because when you compare the county of Monterey to some of the other comparable counties and other jurisdictions, like for example, the Santa Cruz County, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, so on and so forth, most of them are at 12 or higher when it comes to the TOT tax. Also, when you look at the comparison within the county, it is important to also see that Monterey County is at 10.5 compared to some other jurisdictions like Marina that is at 14, the city of Monterey that is at 12, Pacific Grove and Sun City and some others. So it's still on the low end at the rate that the county of the rate for TOT that the county of Monterey currently charges to visitors that come to the area. So that's one of the options that is being presented for you today. Obviously, if this was going to be presented to the voters, we will have to work with a consultant on the specific steps that we will have to take. We will have to make a modification to the current ordinance of the county. We will have to develop a ballot measure language. We will have to develop specific communications that will go to the voters. And then all of that will have to happen by August 9. And on August 9, we will have to submit all those final documents to the elections department, who at that point will have to take their appropriate steps for them to be able to place this measure in the November election, if that's what the board decided to do as an option. So you have seen so far transient occupancy tax, how much potentially the county could generate, the voters approve such a measure, also the comparison locally and the comparison to other counties. In addition, in a similar fashion, the Board of Supervisors also asked us to look at the sales tax potential revenue increase for the county. So this table that you see in front of you here estimated that if we were comparing the current revenue that we receive as the standard Bradley-Burns Act revenue for the county, if we as a county were to increase the overall sales tax rate from 7.75 to 8.75, we were estimating that we will get about $12.4 million in additional revenue. It's about $3 million more in revenue for every 0.25% increase. However, as it will be clarified by Wayne Padilla from HDL, it is more likely that if we implement actually a district tax, that the revenue that we could likely see from a 1% increase will be closer to $29 million as opposed to $12.3 million because of the way that the district tax works as opposed to the current Bradley-Burns Act revenue that we receive. So I would not go into a lot of detail on sales tax because I have an expert that is going to talk to you about that, but it is a significant revenue source potentially coming for the county. If this is something that the voters actually approve, and the board of supervisors, we have to decide that this is what they want to do. They have to provide us direction today saying, yes, pursue this option. Then we'll have to work with the consultant on getting the appropriate steps, developing the ballot measures, the budgets, all of that is in relation to how much we estimate that this revenue will bring to the county. And then in the same fashion as we had indicated earlier, we will have to have all those documents ready for presentation to the elections department so that they could actually get it ready for the ballot in November. That's what we decide to do as a county. For comparison purposes, these are some of the sales tax rates within the county currently, and the county of Monterey is the lowest among all the different jurisdictions at the county level. I think the next lowest is the city of King, that is at 8.75%. So one of the things that we have to consider as an organization, if we do decide going forward with this rate, even though we do see that some of the rates in these other jurisdictions is higher than in the county of Monterey, if we establish a district tax, that could potentially also have implications with other jurisdictions, like the city of King or others that may be saying, you know what, we also want to increase our own tax and do something within our city limits as well. So if the Board of Supervisors was to say today, yeah, we want to explore this option, we will have to start talking to the stakeholders and make sure that we are informed as to any potential plans that other jurisdictions may have as part of their overall budget process, also to go to the voters and ask them to potentially increase the sales tax rate in their own jurisdiction. That will have some also impact as to the total amount of revenue that the county could potentially receive. As indicated earlier, we were estimating close to $29 million based on the estimate that HDA will present, but that could be lower depending on if other jurisdictions are also planning to increase the sales tax within their jurisdictions as well. So use another table of reference for sales tax. Currently, if the voters or the public or anybody was asking, we are charged 7.75% of tax for any purchases that happen within the unincorporated area of the county. So why would you need an additional tax going to the county? This is a significant amount, but when you really look at the table in front of you, you could actually see that out of the 7.75%, the county really only gets about 1%. The rest of it goes to a lot of different other programs, in some ways for the state general fund, also the 0.375 that currently is Measure X for that TAMSI actually recently took to the voters in 2015 or so, and that got approved. That revenue goes to them, so on and so forth. So the county overall, out of the 7.75%, only a small portion of that comes directly to the county to provide services to the community. So other options that the board had also asked us to explore were the potential implementation of utility user tax. I think that is a little more complex. We don't have a way to estimate at this point what the potential monetary impact to the county will be of implementing such a tax. We will have to engage a consultant if the board wanted us to move forward with that approach, because we currently do not have a utility user tax. It will be a new tax, so it's a little more complex. Also, another option that the board will have as part of the arsenal to continue dealing with potential budget deficiencies into the future is modifying the development set-aside formula. You will have a separate item later today in the agenda where you will be discussing that with a specific recommendation from staff. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that today, since you have a dedicated time slot for that later in the agenda today. And then the other aspect that we also had discussed on the memo that is attached to the staff report is suspending the supplemental unfunded accrued liability pension program, which, as indicated earlier, as a staff, we're recommending that is suspended, and that is already part of the budget that will be presented to you at the end of May. That generated approximately savings of $10.9 million in the general fund that were able to be used for other purposes and be able to fund augmentations that will be recommended to the board to continue providing services to the community. So at this point, there are certain next steps that we will be taking in order to move forward, and I have discussed those two at the presentation. So what I will do right now is I'll transition from my presentation to Mr. Wayne Padilla, who is joining us via Zoom, and he'll be sharing his screen, presenting us more details about the sales tax revenue potential for the county. Mr. Padilla, we can see your screen, but we cannot hear you. I'm sure you're on mute.
Thank you, Ezekiel. I apologize, minor technical difficulty. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Good afternoon to those in the room. Thank you for inviting HDL to share with you this afternoon. We have just a brief presentation here. There's much material here that your administrative team has already shared. Ezekiel's done a good job going through a lot of the granular information. But as indicated, we thought it would be a good idea to run through for you how a district tax or transactions tax differs from the existing 1% Bradley Burns tax that's being collected and which is generating revenue for Monterey County. And that will also help explain the discrepancy in the original calculation that was shared, the 12 million estimate, and why 29 million is the more appropriate number for you to consider. Let me start my presentation here. So just real quickly, a little bit of history. I trust you can all hear me well.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. In 1969, counties had the first opportunity to initiate this type of a tax. It wasn't until 2004 that cities were also authorized the ability to implement transactions tax overrides. Now, you're going to hear me slip in between terms to describe this tax, which is very common in our world where we live with sales tax. The type of tax that's proposed is known as transaction and use tax as the formal term. It's also called a district tax. It's also called an add-on tax. We commonly refer to it as a TUT. So please, as we work through this, if you hear me use one of those terms, understand we're still talking about the same thing. If we're looking at a general tax, and our job was, the question asked of us was to devise an estimate for a tax applicable only to the unincorporated area of Monterey County, and that's what we've done here. Still, you may consider this and look to apply it in a general nature. And just very quickly, to implement that takes 2/3 of the voting membership of your board, and then a majority vote of the qualified voters in the county for a specific tax, something that covers a very limited number of government functions. Again, 2/3 of the Board of Supervisors must approve it, but then 2/3 of the electorate must also vote to approve this at the ballot. As Ezekiel was saying, there's not only in Monterey County, and I must say, amongst all of our clients in the state, Monterey County is unique, and then all of the agencies, all of the incorporated cities have their own district taxes. That's what made providing the estimate that we're sharing with you much easier. But as you can see, as we look across the state, the number of district taxes that have been implemented have just increased dramatically. The conversation leading up to this presentation about the budget hardships that you're facing, I'm hearing in all of my client agencies. As a former finance director, I'm very familiar with the struggle to maintain a balanced budget and look for ways to maintain services. So not only are there a lot of agencies that have implemented this, but looking at this, 34 or 58 counties have taxes. Over 200 of almost 500 cities have district taxes, transactions and use taxes. When we look at this as the analysts that we are, the question is always asked, are there discerned impacts if these taxes are imposed on a community? Is there less shopping taking place? Do people find ways to escape this? Is there any measurable impact on the businesses who are being tasked with collecting the tax? And in all the years that we've been doing this, 40 years since the implementation of these taxes, we've yet to see a discernible difference in either consumer behavior or the level of business transacted by taxpayers, vendors, if you will, within the communities who find themselves asked to collect an additional level of tax. We're just not seeing, perhaps because these are so pervasive now, we're not seeing that it puts them at a competitive disadvantage. So now we want to talk about what are the functional differences to Bradley Burns amongst the various retailers. And one thing to keep in mind when we're talking about an add-on tax, one of the things to please keep in mind is this does not tax something that is not already taxed. It does not create a new classification of goods that are not being taxed today. This tax only applies to existing types of retail sales to which the Bradley Burns tax has always applied. With respect to taxable goods that are purchased at the supermarket, alcohol, shopping supplies, things of that nature, your clothes, your trip to the mall, restaurants, purchasing fuel at the gas station, the district tax works exactly the same. It applies to all of those transactions. The difference being that you may only impose a 0.5% rate or a 0.75% rate as opposed to a 1% rate, which is what the Bradley Burns tax, which has been in place since 1940, represents to your tax base. It's a 1% tax, that value that's always been there. Where one of the largest differences comes in is when we're dealing with registered vehicles. So the buyer pays the tax rate where the vehicle is going to be registered. So we have two examples. One is the buyer lives in an area where there's not a transactions and use tax. So Monterey County unincorporated area. They go somewhere and buy a vehicle, they pay the tax rate at the dealer location. So if that happens to be a higher rate, 9.25%, the buyer from Monterey County is only going to pay 7.25% tax to the dealer. The dealer keeps all of the value, the 1% tax. The rest goes to the state. Anything above 1% is going to go to the state. So where you don't have a district tax, if you shop in an area with a district tax for a vehicle and you register it back in Monterey County unincorporated today, you do not pay the district tax that may apply where the dealer is located. But if you live in an area that does have a transactions and use tax in place, let's say you come over the hill from Monterey, you go to San Jose, you go to Fresno, you go to Santa Clarita, anywhere in the state, even if you shop out of California and import a vehicle, if the jurisdiction in which you intend to register that vehicle has a transactions and use tax, that will be paid. And so that's one of the things that created such a great difference between staff's attempt at calculating how much tax would be generated and what we determined, because we're bringing in this added value representing vehicles, boats, airplanes, cars, trucks, SUVs, RVs, all of that would be assessed under a district tax were it be put into place in the unincorporated area. With regard to goods that can be picked up and moved, so building supplies, various types of equipment, bulk fuel, if the deliveries are made into the county by the seller, so I run across and I'm buying some goods at a material supplier and I'm asking them to bring the goods to my location in the unincorporated area, the district tax, transactions and use tax would apply. If I'm a vendor in the unincorporated area and I am solicited to provide some goods, put them on my truck and send them outside the county boundaries to the buyer, the district tax, transactions and use tax would not apply. So this again is another significant amount of tax that we've taken into account that you don't see with the Bradley Burns. With respect to online sales, and this is another large additional value that is brought to the community when there is a transactions and use tax. When you buy goods online, the law is that taxes applicable to the jurisdiction where the goods are delivered must be charged. Now, if you've all remember, we just all filed our state income tax returns. There's a box that you now have to check over the last couple of years that's been implemented. You report whether you owe use tax. And that's a gotcha, because the Franchise Tax Board wants to identify people for audit who likely have bought some goods online but failed to pay the tax. So we all say yes, or we all say no, no liability. We have a zero liability because we're saying that when we buy our goods online, we're being charged the tax and it's part of the overall transactions price. So wherever you buy the goods, if it's on Amazon or Etsy or some remote site, if you're buying with a credit card from a specific vendor that you are used to doing business with, whether you're a resident or a business or a government agency, you may be buying bullets for the sheriff's department. The tax, if the vendor does not charge the tax, then you are obligated to self-report and pay the tax. And it comes through in this value added into the transactions and use tax total. So let's take a second here and talk about the specific way in which we estimated the 1% value for the unincorporated area. So you're fortunate, you have the countywide Measure X, which is used for transportation needs and administered by the Transportation Authority here in Monterey County. That's a 0.375% countywide tax. What we did was I took that value and I used the 25-26 forecast as the basis, because if the board were to act to implement a tax that goes to a November ballot, the first full year of collections would be fiscal 25-26. We are a service provider to the Transportation Authority and to all of the agencies pretty much in Monterey County. So I was able to take their forecast, which I prepared a few months ago, converted that to a 1% rate equivalent, and that became $106 million total. With all of the cities in Monterey County having their own district taxes, I took their estimates for that same year, and where they were not 1%, I converted them to a 1% value, identified that, because that represents how much each agency is contributing to the countywide whole for Measure X, because the basis for the taxes is the same. So that result showed if I take the 106 million and I deduct the value from all of the cities who are currently assessing transactions and use taxes, which is every incorporated city in Monterey County, the value that falls out and represents what's generated by the unincorporated area is $29 million. How much of an increase is allowed? So we used 1% as the basis for the calculation. You have the ability, as staff has already explained, you can go up to 1.5% given the fact that you are at a 7.75% rate in the unincorporated area. And I do want to clarify one thing. If an existing city, if one of the cities were to choose to raise the tax rate, some agencies and other parts of the state are looking to extend the provision for their taxes, and at the same time, they are looking to increase the rate that is already in place. If one of the agencies in Monterey County was to try and raise the tax rate, with the exception of the Transportation Authority, what happens within the individual cities would be independent of what we're talking about with a tax imposed only for the unincorporated area. So because this tax would not overlay the cities, if they were to seek to raise their taxes, it would have no impact on the amount generated by your measure, since it only applies to the unincorporated area, would not overlap with the city boundaries. The only potential conflict would be if the Transportation Authority were to look to raise their rate from 0.375 to something higher. Then there might need to be some coordination. That can be worked out, I'm sure, with ample room for both. And again, should not impact the $29 million estimate. So let's talk about some of the things to consider with the proposal and things to look for if you move forward to implement the tax. Probably Ezekiel's done a good job of covering the basic functions that need to be dealt with during this timeline. And I'd have to say that the biggest thing I can add here that wasn't addressed specifically was, if you consider this going forward and you're directing staff to prepare ordinances and ballot measure language, it's vital that that information gets reviewed by the CDTFA before it gets moved to a vote. There have been a number of instances where prior attempts by other agencies have caused paperwork to come back and elections results to be suspended because when CDTFA finally got the documentation, they found a number of errors in the ordinances or in the ballot measure or conflicts between both and could not implement the tax on time. So that's just one thing to consider as you think about your timeline, is the need to allow the CDTFA, California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, they're the sales tax people, formerly known as the Board of Equalization. They're the folks that need to be given a chance to look at your documents. If you were to move forward with this, the tax measure, assuming a November election, the tax measure would go into effect in April, so April 1st. So you receive your first payments in June. And again, as I mentioned earlier, your first full year of collections would be fiscal 25-26. So starting July of 2025. Now, I have an opportunity here to take any questions that you might have.
Questions from the board? Yes, Supervisor Alejo.
First of all, I want to thank Ezekiel and all the budget team for bringing this forward separately from the budget discussion we're going to have later, because I think this merits a more calm and more extensive discussion on the measures, the possible measures that we have to increase revenue. And the way I really look at this is kind of trying to future-proof our budget for what we know is becoming a greater challenge each year, greater cost pressures. We're in the middle of collective bargaining with most of our bargaining units. And we've had discussions among this board, and so have our employees, about retention. One of the ways to do that is being able to have revenue to pay those costs, to deliver quality, effective services to the community, but also be able to retain the best and brightest employees that we have, rather than having seen them go elsewhere. So the first question I had really goes to, first on the sales tax, I did want to point out, I looked at where do most of our residents live, right? Because we're asking, in our past discussion on this topic, there was some concerns whether this is a regressive, but I wanted to look at where do most of our county residents live? 75%. I got the census for each city and then deducted the unincorporated. 75% of our residents live in our 12 cities, in the city limits. So they're already paying, if they're purchasing, wining and dining in their communities, they're already paying that higher 8%, 8.75, and most of them are over to the 9%. Unincorporated Monterey County is very low, behind the times at 7.75. So we're only talking about a quarter of our residents that live in the unincorporated areas. But going to the sales, possible sales tax measures, and it was only described in the slides by HDL as a general tax, which I wrote requires a 2/3, and then a specific tax also a 2/3. But I thought there was another possible sales tax measure that only required a simple majority. I volunteered for Measure K in Santa Cruz County, and it passed by 54%, much lower threshold, and that's a key point for this scenario to be successful, and I think that measure will generate $10 million a year for a much smaller county than ours. So I would hope HDL could answer, what is that measure that would only require a simple majority? As we know, 2/3 is a very high threshold and is difficult. Before I get to that, I just wanted to point out that I know MST, that I'm a board member of, is also exploring extending Measure Q, which is a 1/8 cent sales tax, and they're also looking whether they would add another 1/8. So that just goes to the point that our speaker just mentioned, that other special districts could also have ballot measures, and they're exploring it because they know how important this option is for additional revenue for their increased expenses. And then the other question with the simple majority question was just at what is an increase that is palatable to the voters? Santa Cruz County did a 1/2 sales tax, and yes, we have the possibility up to 1.5 to match the higher rates in our counties. But at a certain point, to be successful, I think it has to be an amount that's lesser than that, based on what other cities, what other counties have done. What is that amount that seems to be reasonable to voters to be supportive of such a sales tax?
Chairman Alejo, may I answer some of your points?
Yes, please go ahead and answer Supervisor Alejo's questions.
Okay, so let me start with the distinction between general tax and special tax. And I believe where I created the confusion is in either instance, whether it's a general tax measure being proposed or a specific tax measure being proposed, the 2/3 requirement exists for both with regard to the members of the governing body of voting on the measure to push it forward. So a general tax, either one requires at least 2/3 affirmative vote of your membership to move it forward to a ballot. A general tax requires only a majority vote of the electorate to be approved at the election. So you're right, there is a distinction. A specific tax requires 2/3 vote of the electorate to be approved at the ballot. One other thing, because I don't sense it's an option here, there is one other option, but for sake of total of full disclosure, citizen initiatives that come forward, whether for a special purpose or a general purpose, only require a majority vote of the electorate for approval. So in your studies, you may come across that, and I just want to make sure you heard it from here. So that's one of the items that you've identified. Chairman Alejo, help me remember, there were several parts to your question, and
well, first of all, the chairman is Supervisor Church. I was last year's chairman, but it was only going to what is based on what other cities and counties are doing that are moving forward with sales tax measures. Those that have been successful, what is kind of the maximum amount that would be reasonable for voters to be in order to have it be approved by the local constituencies, the voters?
That is determined on an agency by agency basis through communications and analysis with a team trained to solicit information from the public. So basically, you're doing polling to find out what the limits are of the amount of additional tax that the public is willing to bear. That's really not an area of expertise for us. And one item that you did mention, I just wanted to clarify, the 1.5%, the number that I threw out there, that gap of the 1.5%, there's a limit on the amount of overall tax additions that can be placed over a jurisdiction. And what we're saying here is because the collective tax rate in the unincorporated area is 7.75%, you have the potential to raise either directly through the proposed measure here or through some, the TAMC measure X, if that was to be amended and raised, the combined amount of room that you have left before you hit a statutory limit is 1.5%. And I know you're not proposing that, but it's not that I just want to make sure it's understood by the board of supervisors and the public. It's not an attempt to raise the total to equal what's there in the cities. That's not why that reference was made. It's just saying that collectively, the total tax rate has an additional 1.5% amount of room left before you hit a statutory cap. If you hit the statutory cap and need to go higher, then that requires special legislation to create exemptions to allow for an even higher level of tax.
Got it. And thank you for that. The reason I just bring up some of these points that in order for us to make the best informed decision, knowing what's in a reasonable amount on a sales tax would help us kind of understand what it would generate each year moving forward if we were to be successful. The only other point is that I know that when local governments generally put a sales tax or a similar type of measure to generate revenue, there's rules on what local governments could use to educate voters on the ballot measure versus campaigning, which is totally separate and apart. But there is rules on what local governments can spend to only educate voters on how the monies would be used to perhaps enhance services to our local communities. And that's something I think we got to further evaluate as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So any other board members have any questions before we go out to the public and then come back for comments and direction? I don't see any other questions.
Sorry,
Supervisor Adams, go ahead.
Sorry, this is again going back to the clarification because I was got a little document that I'm looking at and it says the measure could request the voters to approve a general district tax which would require a majority vote as opposed to a special tax which would require a 2/3 vote. So is this general district tax that would require just a majority vote? Are we talking about that? Or are we talking about a special tax, which would require a 2/3 vote?
It's Supervisor Adams, so that will be up to the discretion of the board. So if you directed us to go on ahead and please start exploring the option of a general tax, then that will be a majority vote only. And if you directed us to do a special tax, then that will be a 2/3 vote.
But each of them have quite different requirements. You can't just, each of them have quite different requirements, if I'm not mistaken.
So that'll be just an option that we'll have to choose as an organization where we want to go. And once you provide us that direction, then we will meet the requirements of each of those options. Yeah.
Thank you.
A question here about, and I'm sorry if this got asked while I was out of the room, but I think about TOT and ESA, all these different pieces. And one of the ways I could see this impacting, it's just a question to Mr. Padilla, whether or not this would impact the sales tax applied to vehicle auctions, specifically thinking of Car Week and that process.
So maybe
it would apply. I'm sorry. It would apply to the value. It would apply to vehicles sold at auction registered back to Monterey County unincorporated area.
Okay, but not leaving the area. Okay.
Not leaving the area, but if those vehicles are, let's say I come over the hill, I'm in Madera. I come over the hill and I buy a vehicle at an auction. My home community has its own district tax. Understood. I would pay that tax and not a Monterey tax because I'm registering the vehicle back in my hometown, which has Measure K, which is a half-cent tax.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Askew, did you have a comment? Or? Oh, don't call me question. I mean, yes. I just want to make sure completely doing this a little bit for the for everybody's listening to for the specific differences between a general tax and how it would be worded in a specific tax. I mean, I see a specific tax that we put down and say we want to add 0.5% for roads. That would be a specific tax. And a general tax would be, that would be true 0.5% just for
To provide government services, which
general
we
fund
currently
basically,
provide.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Clarification I wanted.
And I'm sorry, if I may just inject, what some agencies have done in their ballot language is they said, we're placing an emphasis on this type of program or this type of service. Your legal counsel can advise you, but you can identify general areas that you want to put emphasis on. It doesn't necessarily hold you to that. But in terms of your contract with the public, you'd be saying, we're going to make an honest effort to try and use this money for these specific types of functions, but it leaves you the leeway to use it where it's otherwise needed.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Alejo, go ahead.
Just a quick question that we haven't answered. In making a decision, whether it's a TOT tax increase or a sales tax, what are your thoughts? It has to be one or the other, or if you have two ballot measures, would it make it less likely that maybe the voters might not approve either?
I think, and in my opinion, Supervisor, I think that when you present multiple ballot measures to the public, it is less likely that the voters are going to approve that. It is typically better to focus your attention in one specific area and then go from there. I know that, for example, our neighboring county, Santa Cruz County, I think that they introduced a TOT tax initially a couple of years ago, and then they went into a sales tax just recently. So you could do an approach like that a couple of years later. Just let the electorate know and see that they actually, what they voted for is being put to good use, and then go back to them again and ask them for something different. That's something that you would like to explore.
Thank you.
With that, I'd like to take this out to the public for any comments. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to just please come on up? You'd have 2 minutes to speak.
Running because lots of times I take more time than I'm supposed to. Good afternoon to this esteemed Board of Supervisors. I am always grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak. My name's Alicia Metters, and I am a proud employee of Monterey County. I still say Monterey County is the best county in the world. Don't care what anybody else says, but I think it's the best, because I've been afforded the opportunity to work for Monterey County now for almost 27 years, born and bred Californian, and I keep saying I'm not going, no matter what anybody tries to do, I'm staying. And I'm a social worker in Child Protective Services, and again, just proud to serve as the Region 2 VP for SEIU 521, which represents Monterey County, Santa Cruz, and San Benito counties. I'm here to speak specifically on item 18 and to express SEIU's willingness to work with and partner with the county so that we can help to raise revenue in responsible ways. We know that we have a vacancy crisis. In my department alone, in social services, we had 119 vacancies in 2023. That means that there are people that we are called to serve who are not getting services because there are simply not enough people to provide those services. We also understand that it's a difficulty to, as Supervisor Alejo already spoke to, the inability to recruit and to have retention in this area of those folks who are qualified to work here but can't afford to live here. We understand that the state budget is looking a little bit bleak, and that's why I'm here to say again that SEIU 521 has historically been willing to continue to partner with the county to pass ballot measures that will raise revenue, and we appreciate you working so hard to fight back to retain qualified employees. Thank you. And again, we're here willing to work with you to raise the revenue.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victor Caraves, former county working employee, currently the political organizer for Monterey Bay Central Council. I'm basically here. We, as the Labor Central Council, we represent more than 37,000 workers in the Monterey Bay area, including Monterey County and Santa Cruz County. And I think it is a crisis. We need to talk about this issue, social services, behavioral health, 911, and some other departments within the county. We need talk about the issue about recruiting, retention. We need to talk about our employees. We need to talk about their issues, mental health. It is important. We need to work on safety communities, safety schools for our children's. Those are our kids of our future. We need to take care of that. Thank you so much.
I think I'm up here at the right time. Rick Aldinger, I'm here representing Monterey County Hospitality Association, and I'd like to talk specifically about the possibility of raising TOT taxes. So good afternoon, supervisors and staff. I want to start with a clarification on the chart that was presented on TOT. How much would well, actually, in reference to how we compare with our surrounding jurisdictions. And I didn't have a chance to investigate all of those. I took an example, San Luis Obispo County. San Luis Obispo County's TOT is 9%. I can't remember what was on the chart. It was 10.5 or 12%. And that figure was gotten to by including tourism improvement districts, which is not part of TOT. So we're comparing apples to oranges in that comparison, just to point that out. Moving on, we know that a higher TOT will almost certainly result in lower room occupancy. That means fewer visitors to our destination and fewer diners and restaurants, fewer shoppers and retail locations. And that's going to result in lower sales tax revenues and maybe more importantly for MCHA, fewer hours for our already struggling workforce. Raising TOT also has a negative effect on our destination's ability to compete for visitors, and that's why I brought up that comparison between us and San Luis Obispo County. In particular for group business, which is the type of business we all want. Group business has a smaller impact on our destination and a larger spend per person. That has been proven. See, Monterey has lots of data on that.
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Matt Glazer. I'm the executive director and general manager of Deachin's Big Sur Inn, a nonprofit hotel and restaurant down in Big Sur. We do pay into TOT, and I'm here to tell you about concern about raising TOT and the limitation that it may put on C Monterey and what the impact that C Monterey has, especially on in this moment in time, and how TOT comes back to the Big Sur community. C Monterey shows up for us in times of crisis, which we are experiencing right now. We do not have sophisticated marketing strategies. We are small businesses, and the outreach of destination marketing organizations is essential for our management of crises and Big Sur as a prize destination, not just for the county of Monterey, but for California in general, driving business. It is essential that we have access, and C Monterey can continue to drive the message of knowing before you go. Highway 1 in Big Sur will continue to be dynamic. Visitation is essential, as we can see. When visitation is limited, the economy comes to a screeching halt. So it is important to consider how an increase in TOT will have a direct impact in the labor pool, in people in hospitality, and in the prize destination of the county of Monterey. So as you consider this, think about the reliance interest on the businesses and our employees on what an increase in TOT would the impact would have on the greater community and the greater county. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, could we just tell everyone that if they cannot complete their comments in 2 minutes, please submit them to the clerk so that we can have all of your comments included in the record.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Just a few. Thank you so much, Chair Church, and congratulations to Council Blitch. My name is Kathleen Lee. I am serving as the Government Affairs Director for the Pebble Beach Company and speak today on their behalf. Just to set the stage, appreciate the conversation provided today. Do want to just remind everyone that Pebble Beach Company is an employer of 1,800 employees, many of whom come from throughout the county and also our neighboring counties as a workforce. We pay over 41% of the TOT generated in 2023. So that was $16.1 million. So we're very cognizant of how much money is raised through TOT. Additional increases certainly will impact the company and the overall impact to our guests and our ability, as Matt just touched on and Rick touched on, our ability to compete with neighboring jurisdictions for that group business, which is significantly important to the company. Just want to remind everyone, in the Del Monte Forest, the company also pays for all of the road maintenance, your sewer and water maintenance, and we have our own security department. So a lot of those costs that are borne by, or benefits that are received by other areas in the unincorporated county is not seen in the same way for residents of the Del Monte Forest. As a result, we respectfully request that you reject the TOT increase. We would be happy to continue conversation with the supervisors as we look at your overall budget options and appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Church, Supervisors. Gary Curcio, Director of Government Affairs, the Monterey County Hospitality Association. The business has come back, our leisure business has come back very well since the pandemic. Doing well. The problem with the TOT increase is it impacts groups much harder than it does leisure travel. And our group business is somewhere still 7% under where we were pre-COVID. And the reason the impact is much stronger with group is these event planners have to scrutinize every cent of what it costs ND to a conference. So if you have a conference of 300 people, you have to times that increase by that number. And it makes a way bigger difference than when a family of 4 is traveling on leisure travel. And of course, as Rick Aldinger said, the group business is what we all want to see, including yourselves. It is a low-impact visitor. Most of them are not driving. They're using public transportation or they're walking from neighborhood to neighborhood. So please keep in mind the impact that this will, not could have, will have on our ability of our CVB to continue trying to get that group business back. Thank you.
Any other people that would like to comment on this matter inside the room? I see none. Do we? Okay. I guess we'll bring it back here. Supervisor Askew.
I really appreciate the public comment. Got everyone in the room here today to hear the presentation and to talk about it. There's a lot that's included in this item. I'm just going to kind of go one by one, item by item. And I'll preface this by saying that as a resident of the city of Marina, I ran 2 citizens tax initiatives and put my name on them and recruited, the residents to sign on, and we passed both a TOT increase as well as a sales tax increase at the same time on the same ballot, over 50% of the vote. Also, as a school board member, board where we voted to put a school bond on the ballot. And I'll say that in all 3 of those situations, there was quite a bit of community outreach and conversation that occurred before came to step to move forward. And I think that at this point, from where I sit, I see us at like the very, very beginning of a conversation. That there's a lot more community outreach that needs to occur before I would feel comfortable moving forward with any of the recommendations. So I just want to preface this by saying that. The TOT increase, we are at the lowest amount at 10.5%. I think it is something that we need to engage in a conversation, but I'm not sure that we could engage in that conversation without including hospitality as a critical part of that conversation. So I think it's something we should look at. I'm not sure that we can move at the speed that would be required to have something solid for November, though. So I think we should start a conversation. I'm not sure that November is a realistic expectation for us with a TOT increase. When we talk about a sales tax increase, some of the questions that I had about sales tax, which in my mind is a more regressive approach to raising revenue. I'd be interested in better understanding where the sales tax revenue breakdown by zip code is within the county. I think we had, when I look at where the $12.4 million for 1% increase, or potentially up to $30 million, I'd be interested in understanding more about who's paying that, like where in the county that tax would be paid, so if we were able to get that type of information. Again, I think if we were going to be considering a sales tax increase, the District 2, where we've got half of our unincorporated residents, I would hope that we could have some very robust community outreach before we ever actually engage in taking steps forward. So I'm not sure if making that decision by August is feasible, but I do think it's something that we need to start looking into a little more. In regards, we didn't talk a lot about, but on the memo is the utility user tax. I didn't get a lot of information about it, but I feel like that would be incredibly regressive. We refer to utility user taxes as a privilege tax, but I think that those who are paying for electricity, gas, water, sewage, telephone, television services in the unincorporated area, I would be hard-pressed to suggest that we tax utilization of those services. Just going down one by one. Amending the contribution to the development set-aside, we didn't go into detail on that, but since it's on the memo that we're discussing, I think that that is something that the TOT represents some of our only discretionary revenue that's ongoing, so I do think that that's something we should think about. However, we'll talk more about that in our next item, and I think that at the very least, keeping the amount that we're contributing at this point seems like it's the right thing to do. So I'd be hard-pressed to, at this point, suggest that we seriously amend the development set-aside. The decreasing expenditures part of the conversation where we talk about suspending the supplemental unfunded accrued liability. I can understand the thinking around using ongoing funds to fund our salaries. However, I think I felt like we were making the right decision to fund the UAL, knowing that I intend to leave the county in a better financial position when I leave here than when I arrived. So I have concerns about eliminating our contribution to the UAL. I also have concerns about if we make the commitment to use one-time money through fund balance to become the new source of funding our UAL. Those one-time end-of-year fund balances are currently used for a lot of our capital improvements. So I would want to make sure that we have a really solid plan for funding your capital improvements that are necessary, that we're using those one-time funds for currently. So I have some concerns, but I can understand the rationale there. And then the final question, or the final suggestion about reducing expenditures to redirect funds from the compensated absences assignment. I can see that being a one-time solution, but it's not ongoing funding. And we do have an aging workforce with significant, when groups of folks decide to retire, those hits do come at us pretty hard. So I wouldn't want us to find ourselves in a situation where we have not enough funding in that reserve when the time comes. So my thoughts on sort of the big picture, but I think that I definitely want to move forward. I think we do need to have some robust conversation with community, and I hope that we could agree to move forward on that. But we would need to have support broadly in order to move forward with any kind of sales tax or TOT. I do think there are things that we need to look at very carefully, though.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say I think the time has come, considering the challenges that we have financially for the County of Monterey, to seriously look at a general sales tax that would only require a simple majority. We have a presidential election coming up in November. It will not happen. We will not have an opportunity like that for until 4 years later. And I've seen what our neighboring counties have done to have a successful effort. Looking at, just comment on the TOT, I think that's something to look at down the road, perhaps in 2026. Out of the two measures, it's the one that generates the least, generates just 3.7 million, whereas the sales tax is many times higher than that. If I'm gonna, these efforts require work. It requires building a coalition. Santa Cruz County had a unanimous position on theirs, but it requires work and getting a lot of support from its partners. But I did want to point out, just for comment, I did look, as Rick was talking, Napa City has a 12%, Napa County has 13%, Sonoma has 12%. But that's, I think, is a conversation to keep having. But considering the timeline, we are short on time. If I'm going to put my efforts and energy into an effort to really look into a sales tax that would actually be, I think, could be successful, will be successful, and could potentially generate almost $30 million. I think that's worth having a serious look at. I did want to just point out that what Santa Cruz County did, they messaged their sales tax measure that would generate $10 million to providing critical healthcare services, protecting against wildfires and natural disasters, addressing road and safety repairs. And in their information to voters, they said it would attract and retain frontline healthcare workers, including nurses and emergency responders, provide wild, flood, and emergency response prevention programs, disaster recovery services, repairing streets and potholes, provide mental health services to children and vulnerable populations, and maintaining neighborhood parks. But what I also saw was critical. I mean, they had a wide range of different labor organizations, but they had COPA, the MBEP, First Five, Encompass, United Way, Friends of Santa Cruz County Public Libraries, Santa Cruz YIMBY, Community Bridges. I mean, there were just Santa Cruz Metro, other special districts all came in to support their measure. I think when we're looking, I think that's what we're going to be able to need to be successful. And of course, here we have hospitality, we have our ag associations, many other important partners to help us have a successful measure. I think this is one of those big measures that it's great having this first presentation, but because it's the first presentation, perhaps having a follow-up meeting, because I think at least giving a couple opportunities for the public to weigh in, air this out, weigh in, bring it back in a few weeks. Not too long, but a few weeks to really look at what is the best option. I think it gives this board some time to think about what is the best option, and perhaps also hear from some constituents and some stakeholders about what the best route to take is at this point in time. But is it significant? I hope that a sales tax could be our way to increase significant funds to address the needs that we know our employees are asking for and the community is also asking for. Last thing I would just say on the unfunded liabilities, I told Mr. Vega I was going to bring this up because we did implement that when I was a member of the budget committee. Dwayne Woods was here, and that was to help start paying down our future liabilities that are in the hundreds of millions of dollars. So what we were doing, we were making a significant commitment for future boards of supervisors and our county government in future years to not have that skyrocket so much that it was going to put our county in a precarious situation in the future. but I felt more comfortable with Mr. Vega's assurance that it will not be a set amount up front, but as we get that unassigned balance from the previous year, the board could determine how much we could actually fund to be able to pay those future liabilities down. I just want to make sure that we're cognizant of that we take that seriously, and that we keep making a commitment to pay down those future liabilities in some amount. So that's what made me feel good about that change. So I just wanted to address that point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, first, I hope my microphone doesn't sound like T-Pain. You guys, auto-tuning going down. Yes, yeah, it sounded great. You know, it could have been put to music. But in terms of the pieces in front of us on the UAL, I'm comfortable with the approach you outlined. I think it gives
Your microphone's kind of fading on you a little
There
bit.
we go. See, I'm T-Pain. T-Pain. Not happening here. Yeah, it's So on the UAL piece, I am supportive of the approach as outlined. I think the big piece for me in that is it gives us control. In years past, as a policy, it did not give this board control. As we head into questionable economic times, having that ability to make decisions rather than saying we tied our own hands 12 months ago, years ago, is important. I get the desire to have a formula to plug that in, but when we're meeting, we're already above the baseline and doing even more. I don't think there's a question in my mind that that's where we're going to remain, but to what extent is a opportunity during downtimes for us to ameliorate some of that pain, that I'm comfortable continuing to make that decision from the dais rather than setting a policy. In terms of the approaches laid out, I think the piece that I need from staff is an understanding of bandwidth. I mean, these are three options, and we're all sitting up here saying, continue down the path. How much can you take? I understand that trying to be done by August with one of these isn't realistic to say we're going to put all three on that time frame. So I appreciate Supervisor Alejo's request not to let it go too long in the next couple of weeks to bring it back so we can make a call. But I think there needs to be time to have some of those discussions. But in terms of bandwidth, how are you feeling about that, Ezekiel, given the fact that your budget book is coming out tonight?
I think it's going to be challenging to even get one of them to the finish line if we don't get direction soon by the board. So I think that'll be important, at least to get some sense of direction between all the different options and focus on one. And we could come back in 2 or 3 weeks with more specific ideas and plans and a path forward on how this could work. It will still not be a final decision, but at least we could start trying to address that use on one of them. Because trying to do more than one, I think, is unrealistic, given the time frame that we have right now. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm comfortable with that approach of wanting to come back in a very near time frame to make a call. But I agree that we need the time to have the discussions in our communities about potential impacts. So again, appreciate the work to this point, but look forward to a continuing conversation.
Thank you. I'm assuming everyone can hear me. The way I'm approaching this is I feel like we have three things that we have to make sure that we're doing as we're looking at this. We have to be realistic, we have to be practical, and we have to be strategic. And as we're talking about some of the various methods, I'll just go through and give you my take on that, both from a practical and a strategic and a realistic way. As far as the sales tax, I would have to know a whole lot more about it, and I would have to know exactly what the predictions and are made on, and exactly what we would be asking of the voters. Because quite frankly, as I have read the information that we have, I don't think that the voters would have an appetite for voting for this. So I don't want us to spend a whole lot of time and money going down a place that is just not realistic. As far as a new utility user tax, what I see with people looking at their PG&E bills and their water bills, to stick a tax on it would be just a slap in the face of an insult. So I'm not going for that either. An increase in the existing transient occupancy tax. You want to kill the goose that's laying the golden egg? I feel like that's really what we're looking at when it comes to the raising the TOT. Finally, we're getting the small business associations and the other kinds of business conferences back here. And it's talk about taking a lot of effort to get to have that happen. when you think about the road being closed, that Highway 1 being closed, whether it's all the way down at the end or if it's up where we are, it has an impact on tourism across the country. And so for us finally to be starting to get some steam and then to throttle ourselves by putting on an additional percentage or so, I think is just, again, a wrong strategy at this point. I think, quite truthfully, that what we have to do is share most of the burden as a county. I can tell you from the 8 years that I have sat here, when we've gone through budget issues over and over and over again, we're always the last to take the hit. And I feel like we need to look at ourselves far more clearly and take more of an approach that is looking at decreasing expenditures. I completely concur with suspending or at least lowering the supplemental unfunded accrued liability contribution. I think that that is something we could do as a one-time circumstance and then continue to measure it as we go along. And then I also think that we have to look at the compensated absences assignment. There is a lot of funding there, and I know it's wonderful for us to be able to have this in reserve, but my thought is that it would make a lot more sense for us to pull down on things like that, because those are there for an emergency. And if we find ourselves in an emergency situation, then that is when these funds should be used. So I said earlier today, it doesn't ever surprise me when I'm at odds with most of my compatriots up here, but I just feel strongly about it. And I think, as I said, we've got to be practical, we've got to be realistic, and we have to be strategic. So those are my thoughts, and I thank you so much for all of the work that you have put into this. I think it's you do a really good job, and I very much appreciate working with you. Thank you.
I assume my microphone isn't working either, or is? I'm the only one. Okay, well that's good. I was trying to figure out how I was going to do this with that. We obviously have a lot of options. Want to address a few of these there. The utility tax, I don't think there's any stomach for it. There's only 3 counties in the state. I've done all these a little bit of research on myself on elaborating, and 3 counties in the state, I don't think we need to join that. It's particularly as Supervisor Adams refers to, in that where we have high PG&E bills. And so, looking at the other 2, the TOT and the sales tax, and we'll look at the sales tax here first. Supervisor asked you had a question earlier about wondering where that's coming from. And I was thinking about that, and it's obviously going to come from those rural areas where there's businesses. Big Sur has a little bit. Carmel Valley has a shopping center, and then up by the village and actually down by the barnyard. So there's a significant part right in there. South County's got some stores around here and there, and tractor stores and a few things. North County's got half of the unincorporated population of Monterey County. It's got 2 shopping centers out in Perndale. It's got Pajaro. It's got Castroville. There's some over in Aromas and Las Lomas, not counting what there is in Baranda and Bolson Knolls. So, I'm quite aware if we're going to put on a sales tax, it's going to affect the people in my district disproportionately to the rest of the county. And I have some real trouble with that on going down that route. I think as we look at this, it's, I understand and where Supervisor Alejo's coming from, and that the surrounding areas have a higher sales tax, but I am concerned about sales tax being regressive. I also see it as an incentive into the rural areas for bringing people out, especially some larger ticket items like cars and everything. Some of the dealers that there are, I know out in Pajaro there's some. And so I'm really apprehensive onto that. As I look at the TOT, Monterey County established a TOT tax in July of 1965 at 10.5%. It's been 60 years. It hasn't. Is this still working? Yeah. Okay. Kind of fading. Okay. I'll try to speak a little more direct into it. It seems to be working. But in 1965, Monterey County put 10.5%, and we're still at that 60 years later. Every county in the state has adjusted its TOT tax since that period. And Mr. Attinger is right. It's 9%, and in San Luis Obispo. It's also, when we look at other counties that we compete against, Napa's at 13, Marin's at 14, San Francisco's at 14. There's quite a few at 12, including Santa Barbara, Sonoma. So there's quite a bit of, on most of these increases have gone up to that 12 and 13 or 14% have been in the last few years. Marina raised theirs to 14% in 2019, and I think that would be, if we're going to look into this, I think it's important to see what impacts that had. I think we need to see just where the occupancy rates have gone. Has there been an impact on it? That's going to tell us a lot. And I understand from folks from hospitality of saying that this is going to make it really difficult, but as I did some computations, on a $300 room, if we raise it 1.5, right now it's $331.50 at 10.5. If we raise it to 12, it's $335. I'm just not sure how many people $4.50 a night is chasing away, or at 200, it's we're paying, it's 221. If we even went to 14%, it's going to be 228. I mean, the difference of $7 is a poor tip. So I think there are areas where there is a concern. I think Big Sur has suffered tremendously from things, and that is a real consideration down there as they're trying to recuperate. They need all the help that they can get in tourism. But I've got to have some harder facts to believe that $7 increase on a $200 room is going to send somebody to, I guess what, they only have to go to San Luis Obispo. That's the lower one. So they're not going to go to San Francisco. They're not going to go to Sonoma. They're not going to go to Marin. So, but I do think, as we've talked about, we need to learn more information here and what's going on. I wish we could look at both of these in a little more detail, but it sounds like what you're suggesting is that might be a little too big of a lift. So if I had to pick one to look into a little more detail, it would be TOT, because I just think, one, it's not impacting the residents here. I haven't heard anything. I haven't seen any numbers to see how it's going to be impacting our rates, because it's just a few dollars, and our major competitors are higher, considerably higher. I guess, I would be recommending at this point to go back and have this come back in a few weeks to look in, examine what's happened in Marina. Maybe we can get some more information from the hospitality industry. I'd like to keep an open mind. I want to see what the occupancy rates, what has happened here in the last 5 years. But what we've seen is it's gone from just a few years ago, 25 million to about 40 million that we're getting. And it's hard for me to imagine that we're not getting things filled up when we've seen such a big increase. So with that, I'll kind of throw it here to the rest of the board. I know Supervisor Asker had her hand up there first. Go to Alejo and Adams.
Great, thank you. So I think what I would like to suggest that we do is to direct or to ask our CEO and our finance team. I'd like to get some polling done. I think that we do need to look at these options. There's the issues of, what impact the decisions would have on the local economy, on local tourism and hospitality. But really, there's the big question in my mind is what does our voting public have an appetite for? We can pursue all sorts of things. For me, that's a baseline bit of information that I need to know. So I would like to ask, I think I'm just going to throw a number out here, but I would hope that we could give direction to allocate some funds immediately to get someone on board to do some very initial polling so that we have something to then base our ongoing decisions off of. If polling comes back and tells us no way, no how do we have support for XYZ, that is information that I would want to have. I don't want to put forward I don't want to put forward one of these just because I think I know what's best. I don't know what our voters know. So I need that information. So I would hope that we can give that direction today and get some funds allocated to immediately move forward with some polling, both on the sales tax and the TOT. And I would hope that we could also direct each office to go engage in some community conversations, identify what questions we have, what additional information we would need in order to move forward. The timing on these things, we're talking about a November vote, but the decision to place something on a ballot, I think that happens in August. So we're literally, before August. So that's May, June, that's 3 months. We've got 90 days to make a decision. So whatever we're doing, we're on a 90-day timeline. And I would like that initial bit of information as quickly as possible so that I can then determine how to move forward.
County Council wants to weigh in a little bit on your comments.
I don't know this answer, and I would just have to research it to make sure under Vargas versus City of Salinas and the like that we can spend money in that way to explore the community. And we probably can without a ballot there, but I'm cautious, so I just want to make sure.
We did that both for the city as well as with the school district. So I'm assuming there's some way in which you can solicit public input as to interest in. I think the other piece of it that as we talk about all of this, we are talking about our ability to continue paying employees. We're talking about our ability to continue delivering services to the community. We're talking about our ability to have funding available for capital infrastructure needs that are going to serve our community into the future. And so those are the pieces that we would need to hear. Does our community want us to be investing in those things, and are they willing to help us pay for it? That's the kind of feedback that I would really appreciate knowing as we think about how to move forward.
Roger Alejo.
Try my microphone again. I would say, I think if we want direction to narrow it down from the other measures, down just to the two, the TOT tax and to the sales tax, and bring this back in a couple weeks at the latest. And there's some other questions we could probably consult our county council from Santa Cruz County because they just went through all this. But to say that the voters in Monterey County wouldn't have an appetite for it, I think that's inaccurate. And I'm saying that as somebody who volunteered in our neighboring county, not only for the sales tax there, which was successful, but also at the same time, the voters in North Monterey County and in Watsonville approved a hospital bond, which is a parcel tax on their property. So they approved both. And the way you're successful is by having an effective voter education efforts, a successful campaign, and certainly having hopefully unanimous support across our county. I could already hear from our hospitality folks that there's not an appetite for them to seriously consider a TOT tax at this time. So why not focus on the one where I think, we recognize we're behind every surrounding county and every city within our county. We're far behind. We're going to have to do this at some point. But when you look at both measures, the one that raises significant revenue for our county and that I think is really worth putting an effort behind is the one that brings in almost $30 million versus the one that brings in less than $4 million. And we know the cost pressures are much greater than simply the less than $4 million that we would generate under the TOT. So for me, it's very clear. But I hear my colleagues' concern. Let's think about this some more, sit on it for a couple weeks and bring this back. But I know that to be successful on these, we need to have a wide coalition, as much unanimous support as we could have from all our potential partners. I was even surprised here in Santa Cruz County where Eden Housing and other affordable housing were significant contributors to that effort. I think there's some lessons to be learned there from our neighbors, but if they could do it there to the north of us, I don't see why the people in Monterey County wouldn't also see that as a significant need, considering everything that we've been through, wildfires and floods and the condition of our roads. There's a lot of needs that we hear from our community on our health care, our discussions on child protective services, a wide range of services that we know we need to do better at. And if there's one I'm going to put my sweat behind and my own dollars behind, I want it to be a measure that's going to really be the most significant and the most helpful to our county. Thank you.
Supervisor Adams.
Good. I think it's working now. Thank you. Thank you so much for all of this discussion. I think it's really been healthy, and I'm really thankful. And I just have a couple of little niggling things that I wanted to mention, but regarding going back to, who's going to complain about $7 on a room, if you're an event planner and you have 300 rooms that you have to book, and you've got 3 or 4 nights of each of those rooms, you're talking about like 1,000 room nights times $7. And when you've got a tight budget that you're working with and some board members who are just ensuring that you want to keep all the costs down, that's enough to make you think twice. So that's just my own personal take on that. So I think I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I feel like finally we're starting to get our head above water with hospitality and with our hospitals and our hotels and restaurants and such. So I don't want to see us monkey with that at this point. Maybe in a year or two, but it would have to be something that we work with the Hospitality Association and with the leaders of our community, see Monterey example, on how we can make this work this in a very reasonable way. As far as SLOs, TOT. I just spent the last couple of nights in a hotel in San Luis Obispo County, and it may be 9%. I thought it was 10, but then they've got like 3 additional taxes that add on to it that make it come up to be quite a bit higher than our 10.5. We had the last time this rate was raised, I think it was actually when we put the TOT in, it went in at 10%. And then July 1st of 1995, we raised it from 10% to 10.5%. So clearly that was almost 30 years ago. Perhaps it is time to look at it, but I would not want to do that without the support and the participation of our colleagues and the leaders in the field. And then regarding polling, I think Susan kind of took care of that. I didn't think that would be something. Speaking to my colleague Supervisor Askew, I would say it's something that she and I talked about at lunch today. If we wanted to do polling, it's the farmers markets. So that's where we may end up doing some polling to just ask people in a general sense of what they would think about an additional tax, on sales tax. So that is about it for me. And I think that we've come a long way. I'm very thankful that we've been able to have the kind of discussion that we have and that there were no shoes thrown, and we did it pretty well. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, just on the poll, I would say that, having been involved in a lot of campaigns, you can't do it at the farmer's market. You have to get a credible pollster that's going to give you useful information to gauge all areas of our county. We're going to be putting this measure forward, and they usually have a significant cost, something like $20,000 to $25,000 these days. So it's a serious commitment. If you want to get a poll that would be useful for us to understand what the voter sentiments are on these topics.
Supervisor Lopez, you had something more? No. Okay. Okay, so.
And I just want to say, quick look, I think you can pay for a consultant to do that.
Just on a couple of responses here, I know for Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Adams, the $30 million you're referring to, I know is a 1.5% increase would be onto there. And I'm not advocating this, but if the TOT was actually at Marina's level, it would be $16 million. And that wouldn't be on residents, it would be on visitors. I understand there might, different views on that. I do notice, though, Supervisor Adams, you're mentioning that with all the extra fees in San Luis Obispo, it was well above 10.5%, but it didn't seem to stop you from going there. So.
But Mr. Vega, just on that point, I thought you said on your chart, you had it listed out a 1% on a sales tax would generate 12.3, almost 12.4%. But then you said when you HDL recalculated that same 1% differently to potentially generate even much higher at the 29 million. Right. It's a 1% though. Yeah. Okay.
1% will be 29 million.
Exactly. That's what I thought. Thank you.
1%. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So, I know it's all fun here being tax and economists up here, but we have to give some kind of direction onto here. And Supervisor Asker, you seem to have something in mind.
So I'm kind of listening, and I'm not really sure where Supervisor Lopez is, but I hear 2 with support for TOT, or two with support for sales tax, 2 potentially with support for looking at everything, 1. So we're all over the place. What I would like to do is, could I suggest that we direct staff, or make a motion to direct staff to explore, to gather more information about both the sales tax and the TOT, to identify options for polling, to gather voter sentiment on these 2 issues, and to ask each office to begin pulling together questions, get those back to our CIOs so that we can have further discussion about this item in 2 weeks.
That's where I was.
Okay, that's where you're at. Okay. Okay, so I'll make that as
for a decision.
a motion.
I agree. The only thing I would bring back, add to that is, and it isn't even a motion, just as a staff direction, if you could bring the timeline, because even though August is the drop dead deadline to vote on something, the HDL person pointed out that we need to go to a state agency to clear any language before it gets final approval. So I think there's the date for us to vote, I think is earlier than that, but I think that would be helpful in terms of understanding the timeline.
We will come back, and I think if it's okay, Chair, Church, probably the appropriate time frame to come back is we have budget hearings already in a couple of weeks. It's not that far off, so maybe we'll come at that time. And also wanted to clarify that by August 9, we have to have a ballot measure language finalized, voted, vetted, everything like that. So it's not the final decision day. Obviously, that's when it's voted by then, and it goes to the elections department, but it has to go before then. So I'll come back with more specific timelines on what type of targets we need to hit. We want to achieve getting this to the voters. So I'll bring that back to the board when we meet again, probably during the budget hearings meeting, unless something changes maybe a week before then.
We have 2 days.
So I know we have a motion. I didn't hear who, you made the second?
I'll do second.
You made the second, okay. So I think we're ready to vote on to there. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And the motion passes. And I know, Mr. Vega, you only asked for 1, but while you're coming up with the budget here, but the board has decided you don't need to sleep. We'll move on to item 17 now. Which is the development set-aside guidelines.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Church, Board of the Supervisors, CEO De La Rosa, Richard Vaughn, Economic Development Manager, and I have Isabel Sandoval, Management Analyst 2 for Economic Development. We have a continuation for you from our presentation during the budget workshop for the Development Set-Aside program. So I wanted to go ahead and give you a refresher on the background for Development Set-Aside. So this was a program that was developed by the Board of Supervisors, and it was, the inception date of this was in 1985, specifically to promote and expand tourism, economic and agricultural development, and cultural arts activities to strengthen and broaden the county's economic base. At that time, we had 4 specific organizations. So as you read a little bit further down into that paragraph, there's specific dates there. So up until 1994, we had 4 organizations that were identified as. Thank you. All right. Can you hear me better now? Okay. So we had 4 organizations that were identified by the board serving in this role. And they were the ones who received the funding at that time. Following that, if you see the date in 1994 and then 2000, 2006, and in 2007, there were several changes. So from 1994 on, this went to an RFP process where there were several applicants. Some of the information that we were able to find was that there were well over 60 applications that were vetted and moved on to the board for decision. Beyond that, from 2002 to 2006, there's additional changes to the guidelines. And then in 2007, moved to back to the 4 organizations that are listed throughout this document today because of potential costs that would be impacting going out to RFP and doing additional types of requests for proposals going forward. A quick review of what has been conducted through this DSA program. So back in May 2023, the board requested that the Economic Development Committee and staff go ahead and work to take this program, do a full review, and bring back a recommendation to the board during the budget hearings for this year. Beginning November 6th of 2023, the Economic Development Committee developed an ad hoc committee led by Supervisor Adams. That ad hoc committee met 3 times from November through January. I don't know how many hours, Supervisor Adams, but there's a lot of hours through those 3 meetings and then outside of that. And the committee came to provide a proposal to the Economic Development Committee, the ad hoc to the Economic Development Committee, which was then passed on to the Budget Committee for one of the recommendations. So out of that, there came 2 options that the Economic Development Committee was proposing. And on March 28th, one of those options was presented to the Budget Committee. Then moving on, just in April, those 2 options were presented to the full board during the budget workshop. And during that budget workshop, the board had provided several comments and asked that staff work with the CAO team to bring back an additional option that incorporated all of the comments that were made. And just for historical reference, I wanted to go ahead and make sure we included the past 10 years of DSA allocations. So if you like, we can take some time to review this, or we can go ahead and circle back to this if you have any questions. And with that, the option that was put together by staff in conjunction with the CAO team and taking all of the comments that were made by the board is this option number 1, which is staff recommended, which is to increase DSA from the current 8.93% to a total of 9.19%, which would be accounting for the $100,000 that is within TOT funds that typically goes to the Business Council each fiscal year. And within that, these would be the potential reductions to each of the DSA agencies. As you can see there, one example, so C Monterey would go from 6% to 4.66%. The Arts Council would be reduced from 1.98% to 1.47%, and that was specifically to revert back to this current fiscal year 23-24 for the allocations, and then include the community projects that the board had discussed during the budget workshop, which would allocate roughly $720,000 to those community projects. And we have those community projects listed. So as you can see, there's the Prudendale Senior Center at $5,000, Schumann Hart House at $100,000, Salinas Valley Promise at $200,000, Salinas Soccer Complex at $200,000, and then there would be a remaining fund balance of $215,000 that would be at the discretion of the board to make decisions during the budget hearings. Option number 2, and as the clerk had announced that there were some corrections made, this is the slide that corrections were made specifically to. So some of these numbers were off, but looking at DSA remaining at 8.93% of TOT, so staying flat, not increasing from 8.93 to 9.19, this would be the total amounts for each of those DSA agencies if we included the Business Council at 0.5%. And so that would be the Business Council including at 0.5%, equaling $190,000, but there would be no funding allocated for community projects with this option. And the same goes for option number 3. This is one of the options that was proposed during the budget workshop, which was to increase from 8.93% to 9.19%, accounting for that $100,000. And each of the DSA agencies would take less of a reduction, including the Business Council at 0.5%, but again, no funding allocated for community projects. And overall, here are the recommendations for the board to make a decision on. So we have that you consider approving the revised development set-aside guidelines, consider approving one of the 3 recommended options to revise funding allocations to the DSA program, and those 3 are listed there by percentage. and then a little more spelt out so you can see what exactly would happen if a certain option were selected. So if option 1 were selected, this would approve fiscal year 24-25 DSA agencies would receive the following amounts. And those were listed earlier in the slide. So 1.77 million to the Convention Visitors Bureau, 560,000 roughly to the Arts Council, 268,000 to the Film Commission, and 175,000 to the Business Council, with 720,000 being set aside for community projects. And then option number 2 listed out the same way. Dollar value as requested, I believe that was requested during the last budget workshop, was to see the percentages and then also the dollar value associated with those. And just side by side, so you can see everything, all 3 options, all points included. So if you have any questions on those, that essentially wraps up my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. When we had this previous discussion, we also had, it was also discussed at that time about whether to use the formula or to go to RFPs. I don't see that quite in here either, so get some elaboration on that.
Yes, there was a consensus from 3 board members to proceed with an RFP, the RFP component of it. So we did brief both yourself and Supervisor Askew to bring that up as part of this discussion, if it was something that the board as a whole was a process that they'd want to follow. For this specific fiscal year that's coming 24-25, the timeline would be, obviously, it'd be difficult for us to put an RFP process in place. But then going forward, that's a potential, but that's some direction that we would need from the board.
Yeah, and to me, it seems like it sort of has to go sort of hand in hand, because if we did go to an RFP, we need to have, we need to get plenty of timeline. We almost need to give a year for development of that. And here, we're talking about a formula. So we're talking about tweaking a formula, which I'm not sure if we're keeping or if we're not keeping. But I understand we're looking at the fiscal year, but yet we've got a bigger picture here too at the same time.
The consensus that we did have at the last board meeting was to keep the allocation as 23-24. So that is what our recommended budget will actually include. The thought is that if we do want to pursue the RFP process for the various agencies, that's a structure that we could put in place going forward. But if it's also something that we also have to put something in place for the community projects as well. So again, we just need that direction from the board. So we did receive a consensus at the budget workshop to keep the amounts at the 23-24, which is what we did.
So if keeping it at 23-24, that would be basically that would be just taking, if we didn't look at the formula, for example, that would be taking just recommendation 1.2, correct? If you pop them on the screen again, maybe we can look at that, because I was looking at 1.1, 1.3 as well, and that seemed to deal with the formula more. 1.2 was, let's just keep things the way they are. Okay. Yeah, it's important to have people online. I agree, or anybody in the chambers even. So as I look at this, we're looking at these 3 options. If we weren't wanting to toy with the formula, which again, I'm saying whether we keep the formula or not, it seems like there's 2 different issues here. There's this budget year, then there's the formula and the RFP. If we look at if we look at option 1.2 here, that would basically be holding this static, which we could do, and that would take care of this budget, correct? And then we could ignore the 1.1, 1.3, or option 2 or 3. Is that correct?
I would defer to Sonia and Ezekiel on
Are you talking formula or dollars? Because
dollars.
So the first one is actually status quo, and then we are including the 4 entities 3 of them, of which 3 of your board members agreed. And then the last portion, we would have to determine how you want to allocate that 215 that's left, right? That's going to be part of the budget discussion. That essentially leaves it as it is. Now, what you're wanting to do is potentially add an additional item to that first option that also includes potentially pursuing that RFP process.
Right. I'm just trying to look here at the options. And do we have just one microphone up here? 2. Could perhaps maybe we need to have one of the clerks here speak, so we're not running back and around doing. Oh, Diego. Okay.
So where do you want it?
Well, in that case, I don't. Actually, what I was just kind of wondering if we could have some help back here, so that we're not running here and I'm running over there. If we could, I'm suggesting maybe we have somebody from your staff give us a hand. I'll take it. Oh, okay, maybe we can handle it here. All right. So, anyway, somebody else have a question? I'm done with my question.
So,
I'll be the middleman.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment about the RFP process, whether we do it now or next year or 10 years from now. That's going to require a whole department. I mean, it's not going to be the Economic Development Department. That's 2 people. They will not be able to do their jobs and do an RFP process because you have to create the RFP, and that means that you have to determine what the criteria is. You know, who can apply and what are the criteria? What is it that we want them to apply for? What is the funding pool going to be, just in general, but primarily, what is the RFP going to be like? Then they have to all be sent out to all of the, I think it's still close to 1,600 nonprofits in Monterey County. Then they have to come back in. Then they have to be vetted. Then they have to be judged and weighed. And then they have to come back for the determination on how much they're going to get. And however much we have, we're going to end up giving just a little bit of money to a whole lot of people, which is not the way that we have been able to do the impact that we have with the way that we have been doing the development set-asides. We have 4 organizations that were chosen because they represent the reasons why TOT was put in place in the first place, which is to further enhance business development in the county. Many of those, several of those organizations that receive funding do their own RFP out to the community, and they're supporting folklorico groups and garages. Do you know, I mean, that's really what we have accomplished by what we've been doing by keeping this on a macro sense. So it's really tough. In addition to that, as I look at the comments that we've been making about the community projects, Promise, the soccer fields, the Schumann Heart House, and I forget which the other one was, the senior center over in Prunedale. Those are just words that we were able to shout out at a meeting 2 or 3 weeks ago to get on the list. There was no process about who are these community projects that are getting $200,000 and $100,000. We had no process for that. The process was through the cannabis assignment account. We had gone out, each district supervisor went out into the community and asked the community, what do you want to spend this additional revenue on? Came back, had ideas. We went through a whole process, and that's how we determined as a full board some of the special projects that we've been talking about. The Prunedale Center was one, and definitely Hartnell was, and I'm not even sure if the soccer complex was in at the beginning, but at any rate, what I'm saying is that we're talking about, there's no process to what we're talking about when we talk now about these community projects that we're holding up as something special that should, you know, get funding, and then also talking about an RFP process. There was no RFP process for this special funding. So I think, I hate to thought that
I was trying to keep us kind of focused on questions before we go to the
I'm
public
sorry.
and not comments.
Okay. But I needed to at least advise everyone of kind of where we stand with all of this. And if we have the opportunity to move forward, I hope we would take into account the time that we spent and the people who came forward with doing the recommendation from the Economic Development Committee.
Sure. Is there any questions from anybody on the board at this point? Okay, can we take this out to the public then? And anybody would like to speak from in the room? I guess you can hear me if I'm really close to the mic. Okay, thank you.
So good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Norm Groot, and I'm here as a resident of Monterey County. I'm not speaking for Farm Bureau, the Economic Development Committee, or C Monterey, all of which I participate on. I'm here as a concerned citizen about process. I joined the Economic Development Committee as a voice for our agricultural community, along with others in the community that have a vested interest in our economic performance and expansion. The Development Set-Aside Program, or DSA, has been a focal point of the EDC, starting with presentations from the organizations currently receiving DSA funding. After much debate, the EDC voted to support recommendations to you, the Board of Supervisors, that include revisions to the program guidelines as well as DSA allocations, also supporting an effort for a process in next year to expand organizational participation through careful consideration, that RFP process. To my dismay and surprise, the staff recommendation released last Friday is very different from the work product of the EDC. This calls into effect and question the validity of the EDC. I question the exclusion of the EDC in the staff recommendation for DSA allocations, as well as the lack of transparency in the list of organizations noted to expand funding and reduce existing DSA organizational distribution percentages. Do these additional organizations meet the stated mission of the DSA, or are they just community projects? I think that's been stated. How well are these organizations evaluated for their economic development ROI? Where is the RFP? Should this staff recommendation move forward, the Economic Development Committee becomes a sideshow for the purposes of window dressing only. I'm very disappointed that the staff has chosen this particular method of putting forward a recommendation, and I urge adoption of the guidelines as recommended by the EDC, as well as the consideration for adoptions of options 2 and 3. Thank you, and 2 minutes is not enough.
Hi, Rick Aldinger again. I'm going to try to talk faster this time. The existing DSA formula has been in effect for many years now, but for the past 3 years, the 6% county investment has been either cut or capped to C Monterey, reducing our ability to compete through effective and responsible marketing. I know we all understand how competitive this industry is. Experienced business people know that in tough economic times, the worst mistake that can be made is to cut expenses on advertising and marketing, regardless of how tempting that might be. Doing so almost always increases the level and the duration of the pain, as well as the time it takes to rebound and come back once the situation improves. While some areas of the state have returned to pre-pandemic levels of business, we have not. Big Sur has been cut off from the south for over a year now and will continue to be for most of this year. This negatively affects our entire region. The newest closure has only made this worse. So while other jurisdictions in the county are upping their support for destination marketing, Soledad and King City, for example, we're considering today pulling back. Community programs and organizations are important. Please continue the current funding mechanisms for these while we grow the pie for everyone through effective marketing. As the second largest industry in the county, we have the ability to do that. Growing the pie increases our ability to fund a variety of causes, raising the quality of living for all of us. Please fund our partners at C Monterey at the highest level. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jordan Caballero with Monterey Bay Apex Accelerator. Thank you all for the hard work that you do. I've coming up on my year anniversary as part of this program, and I can say that I've sat in on a lot of these meetings, and so I've seen the hard work that a lot of you have put into this process. Just want to share that the Apex Accelerator, it's a program about as old as the DSA. It was instituted by Congress in the 80s, and federally, there's about 95 programs, and we host our program here in Monterey County, and we serve 14 other surrounding counties in the Central Valley and Central Coast. Just in the first 3 quarters of this fiscal year, we've helped local small businesses get over $37 million in government contracts, resulting in hundreds of jobs and income to our area. There's a total of 195 Apex Accelerator clients here in Monterey County. 43 of them are woman-owned, 39 Hispanic-owned, 46 veteran-owned, 27 service-disabled veteran-owned, and 10 are businesses that are 8A certified, and 25 that are in hub zone in this area. Just this morning, I helped a client who has a small cleaning company in your district, Supervisor Lopez. They serve the Fort Hunter Liggett base, Army base down south, and they had a hard time navigating the process. Originally, they were hired by a subcontractor, a property management company, to clean some of the barracks as people were moving in and out off the base. But in order to get a federal contract directly with the base, they have to have their cage code from SAM.gov. So those are the kind of things that we help with. Just to be clear, we do not give out government contracts, as was mentioned in the previous meeting. We simply help local businesses navigate the process because it's very complex. So we help do that, and we appreciate the support from the county.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Jenny McAdams, Director of Operations for the Monterey County Business Council. Thank you so much for your service. I'd like to extend gratitude to the EDC. This has been a long process. There was subcommittee, lots of meetings, and also to staff. We are grateful to be included in the DSA formula and appreciate the county's dedication to economic development. We do request inclusion at the 0.5% level for the Monterey County Business Council and option 2 in the meeting packet. This support will allow us to enhance our services and more effectively meet the community's needs. As Jordan mentioned, he is one of our Apex Accelerator business procurement counselors. And during the first 3 quarters of the county's fiscal year, we have been able to help local Monterey County businesses secure over $37 million in government contracts. We consistently exceed the economic goals set by the county, and as we provide every fiscal year in our work plan. Again, we advocate for option 2 in your report and suggest that other community projects continue to be funded through alternative sources to maintain the focus on economic growth and job creation, as said in the DSA revised guidelines. So thank you for your ongoing support, and together we can drive further prosperity in the County of Monterey.
Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak?
See if I can make this work. Good afternoon, Chair Church and Supervisors. Thank you for some time to speak today. My name is Rob O'Keefe. I'm the President and CEO of C Monterey. And as you're deliberating through this process, I wanted to bring you some information that would maybe help provide some context. This report that I have in my hand is out. It's called the Dean Runyon Travel Impacts Report. We get one for every county in the state. It's run by Visit California. It just came out late last week. And it demonstrates a couple of different things, one of which is, while the state of California is quote unquote back to 2019 levels, we are not. We're one of the handful of counties that haven't quite got there yet. Who has? And I appreciate the use of comparison with other counties in the previous discussion, because we do that too. SLO's back. SLO's over 14% over where they were in 2019. We're 8.5% behind that. There's a few reasons for that, and I'm going to get into that in a press release that's going out tomorrow. But mainly it's international visitors, group visitors were not back, and they're very valuable visitors. And the third reason is Big Sur. Big Sur was essentially out of order for much of 2023. And it's not just the business in the local area. Big Sur is like a beacon around the world. And when people see that Big Sur's not open, they change their plans. And it's hurting us from a business standpoint. So we've got to continue to be as aggressive as possible. And we've stepped up this year. I use SLO as an example because they got a head start on us. They increased their budget 2.5 years ago pretty significantly. And they hit it pretty strong during the COVID to position themselves as they come out of it. So it's no surprise to see where they're at. We've got to compete with the Napas and the Sonomas. Sonoma is back to 2019 levels, and we've had an ability to do that because of the Monterey County Tourism Improvement District, the hotel assessment, that helped us increase our budget this year. We're putting that to great effect, and what we're trying not to do is limit us any further because we need to lean in. Leaning in is going to drive the TOT that's going to pay for many of the things that we've been talking about. I hope this information helps.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, supervisors and staff. My name is Amrish Patel. I'm chair of C Monterey. Our vision is to drive economic vitality and quality life for all the residents of Monterey County. Your investment in C Monterey drives ROI right behind this vision. You receive 4 investment reports a year that demonstrate in detail the return of this investment. You heard with prior speakers how competitive the landscape is as far as destination marketing goes. What's really important is the small businesses, the hundreds of small businesses in Monterey County that benefit from marketing, from C Monterey's marketing. I, as a small business owner, I don't have the time, resources, expertise, or the money to do marketing. That's what C Monterey does for us. I recognize and appreciate that you have a budget constraint with competitive priorities. But the investment that you make in C Monterey generates and drives tourism economy, provides the revenue that can support and fund these priorities. Respectfully, I'd like to request for you to keep this in mind as you discuss setting these strict limitations on the destination marketing organization. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Chair, Church, and Supervisors. My name is Moira LaMountain. I'm the Office Administrator for the Monterey County Film Commission. We're a partner in the development set-aside. Each year, we market to international production to come and film here in Monterey, generating TOT and other sales tax benefits for the county. We also provide a beautiful vision of Monterey County to the world. Your support is essential for the work we do. Every year we've created more economic impact than we have received in support, and we will continue to do that. We were brought into the existence by the Board of Supervisors by proclamation in 1987, and we've been with the development set-aside since we started. I think Supervisor Adams made a very poignant point. Doing RFPs and re-granting of money is a huge project. When I first came to Monterey County, I wanted to learn about the county. And so I sat on the allocation for homeless services, which I was very involved in Los Angeles. It's a huge amount of work to really get in and see the organizations and see the benefits that they're providing. We have very large foundations here in Monterey County. Community Foundation, Monterey Peninsula Foundation, United Way as a re-grantor, and they might be better positioned to do that RFP work with an understanding of what the supervisor's preferences are. To date, we've brought in $134 million in economic impact through the Monterey County Film Commission, and we appreciate your continued support.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Church and supervisors and staff. Thank you for having me. I'm Janine Chickarad. I'm here representing a member of the Economic Development Committee today, as well as hospitality. I joined the Economic Development Committee because I wanted to be part of helping drive the economy. And that's the sole purpose of the economic development, is to drive the economy. The goal really is to grow the general fund that gives you guys the opportunity to pave your roads and have that excess money to do that, to take care of a community park or one of the other community projects. The current DSA partners, they're your economic drivers. And that's why they were chosen in the first place. And they're the ones that are going to continue to help grow the economy for Monterey County. It's critical that we stay focused on your economic drivers. And, you know, as Rob mentioned, it concerns me greatly that the state releases a report and we're trailing behind. You know, you say that, not say, Monterey County is the most beautiful county, as far as I'm concerned, in the state of California. But we're just being proven right now that we're being outmarketed, and we need to get that money back. I have two asks today for you. First is option number 3. Option number 3 takes into account the $100,000 that was given separately to the MCBC in the past. We cleaned that up. It was a legal issue for the county, and that's why we all decided to come to the percentage. And the percentage formula, some of us did take a haircut and a step backwards, but we realized it was important that we change that funding formula and make sure that, you know, we were all being legal. Lastly, I think, you know, I encourage you to approve those guidelines. We spent a lot of time on the guidelines. It hasn't been touched in over 20 years, and it's something that the staff needs as they move forward, especially if you open it up to RFPs. Thank you.
Does anybody else in the chambers wish to speak on this? Do we have anybody online?
Selena Soccer.
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, Board of Supervisors, Chair Church. Thank you for allowing us this time to speak. Sorry, I didn't realize my name wasn't on the Zoom. I'm Valeria Hernandez, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Salinas Regional Sports Authority, the nonprofit that manages the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex. I speak to you with a sense of gratitude and urgency. Your consideration of granting SRSA $200,000 really speaks volumes to your commitment to the well-being of our community. With these funds, as we've done with your support in the past, we'll continue to provide vital resources that enrich the lives of our residents, from providing green spaces that offer active living and social connection to free medical services through our partnership with Salinas Valley Health, and providing vendor opportunities for local small businesses and a plethora of other resources. As you deliberate on the different options, I urge the board to reflect on the profound impact your support has had and will have on thousands of lives in our community. On behalf of everyone at SRSA, I express our support for option number 1 and extend a heartfelt thank you for your continued dedication to our shared vision of a thriving and inclusive community. Thank you very much.
Nobody else online?
There's one in the panelists.
One hand?
Yeah. Okay. Jackie Atchison, sorry.
You have 2 minutes, Jackie.
Hi, thank you. This is Jackie Atchison, Executive Director of the Arts Council for Monterey County. And I just want to remind you that the DSA was created with these 4 organizations to strengthen and broaden the economic base for the county. I look at these other option community projects, which are all worthwhile projects. And as Supervisor Adams mentioned, they're not really providing the same economic return that these 4 other organizations are. And had they even been asked to be a part of the DSA, are they willing to do 4 quarterly reports and 4 presentations to the EDC and 4 presentations to the board? It's a lot of work, especially for $5,000. And also, I want to mention that if you do go with option 1, that's a 26% reduction to the Arts Council. And while we'll be able to continue status quo with what we've been doing for this past year, we will not be able to take on any more new programs as requested by 3 of our current supervisors. So thank you and aloha.
Jonathan Deanda.
Mr. Deanda, you have 2 minutes.
Unmuting himself.
No.
There he goes.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jonathan Danda. I am the General Manager for the Salinas Regional Sports Authority, the nonprofit that manages the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex. And to echo my colleagues' remarks, on behalf of FRSA, I want to thank you for your continued support of the Salinas Soccer Complex. And I also want to take this time to share and present some data points, firsthand, the impact that your contributions continue to have in our community. There's a survey that was ran that shows that 97% of our visitors agree strongly that the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex is a safe and family-friendly facility. Additionally, we have 96% that agree that this facility provides access to mental health and wellness opportunities, and that their health continues to improve. And then lastly, 93% strongly agree that their family's physical health has improved due to this to the soccer complex. So evidently, there is an overwhelming majority of our community that has incredible benefit from the soccer complex. Additionally, we do provide economic development. This soccer complex not only serves our local community, but it also invites neighboring areas to come and participate in soccer tournaments, which then invites community members to spend in our local economy as well. So again, on behalf of the Salinas Regional Sports Authority, I want to thank you for your continued support, and I strongly urge you to continue to support option 1 as well. Thank you.
With that, then we'll close public comment and bring it back here. I think I'd like to start on this a little bit. As I was making discussions with earlier, I think I'm not really favoring any change from the current budget for any of the organizations. I understand they would like to have more, but I know there's some discussion about less. I think for this fiscal year, my position is let's hold the same. I think there's a lot of things that are fluid. We were just talking about revenue enhancement. I don't know if we're talking about sales tax. I don't know if we're talking about an increase in TOT, which if it did bring in more income, would also bring up a higher percentage be available for DSAs, but or nothing may happen. So my personal view on this is I'm not really wanting to toy with the formula while we have this a lot floating around, and I think it just needs some clear thinking on it and some resolution on that matter. I tend to disagree with Supervisor Adams on and I'm not saying I'm for an RFP, but I want to have it considered. I don't think it's necessarily going to mean everything goes out in small groups and small numbers unless that is what is being placed in an RFP's requirements, which I don't think I could support. I think we could basically have I don't see there's any reason the same organizations wouldn't be funded in that regard. I do notice when we're referring to the guidelines that have been used in the past, that we do have draft guidelines before us, which their goals are considerably different than what has been placed in the past, which has specifically placed certain industries. The current draft guidelines that are for the board to consider approval talk about assuring sustainability in a diversified economy, enhance services of safety net and quality of life, assure strong public safety system, and assure financial stability. So when you start to look at it this way, it's really a more encompassing, it's a broader perspective. I think as we listened from the soccer complex, it fits into that. I think a lot of the other organizations do. And there's essentially a whole lot of things that have to be worked out in terms of an RFP. And I think some of the concerns Supervisor Adams raised about putting together and how it's going to be reviewed are accurate onto that. That's just something that has to be looked at. But I don't think we're able to make that decision on that there today. I appreciate Mr. Aldiger's comments up here. I think they're really informative, and I've talked to him in the past. He's always been really helpful. The only thing that struck me as a little concerning from one comment today was referring about pulling back and because Soledad and King City are doing things, and it's always been my understanding that previously the Visitors Bureau of C. Monterey was countywide, and I think maybe just a comment made in the moment, not really pulling back from the previous statements of support on more of a countywide, but I think that's really important that with every DSA organization that's out there, that we look at this county as a whole and what can be done. And we don't give any money to Soledad and King City either, but I know you do a lot of good work over in the peninsula, and appreciate that, and throughout the county for that matter as well. And I'm glad you reached out there into the valley. I think that's a big area for growth. But there's a lot to weigh here, and that's where my position really comes down. I'd just like to kind of hold it right now while we try to get a lot of things sorted through. Supervisor Alejo, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do. And I think this is really for Mr. Ezequiel Vega. I know he had he might be online, but he announced that the budget is being released today, right? And what's not on this chart, and I asked Mr. Vega and I think our CEO to include it because it creates a different picture. What I think will be reflected in our budget, and as we've seen on this one chart, that historical allocation of DSA partners, it's increased every year. In fact, from 2022, it went from 2,100,052 to 200,779, almost a half a million more from one year to the next. So we're talking about the fiscal year 24-25, and the projections show TOT being very strong. I think it's increasing in the millions of dollars, and it's hard to because we don't have a figure of that, but I thought there was an option. This option one, it seems to show that we're keeping everybody the same as this current fiscal year. I thought there was another option where it's a slight increase because we're making so much more in next fiscal year in TOT that there's a slight increase for all our DSA partners, and we could also have the community projects included. And it's hard to not to talk about it because we don't have that number in front of us that will tell us how much more in TOT are we making from this current fiscal year to next year, because then that puts it into perspective that there's a way to have a win-win for everyone. And otherwise, we're keeping, for the first time in our allocations, we would keep the existing DSA stagnant at the last year's amount, where the TOT is increasing, where I think we could have a reasonable increase for the DSA partners and also include our community projects. And because I think the numbers seem to go down because the TOT is going up, but the actual amount being allocated, here it's the same, but it could be a slight increase as well. So I don't know if Mr. Vega could address that, those numbers. And it's hard for the public to respond to it because it wasn't included in today's presentation.
Supervisor, this is Ezequiel Vega, as requested. So the figure that is used in calculating the allocation to the DSA is based on prior year audited financial statements. So for fiscal year 22-23, the county received approximately $38 million in transient occupancy taxes. The exact amount is $38,073,618. That's how much the county received. So that is the amount that is being used to determine the dollar amount that will be allocated into fiscal year 24-25. The dollar amount that we are estimating for next year's budget is approximately $700,000 to $800,000 more, but that will not affect the DSA formula until the following fiscal year because the allocation is based on a year in arrears. I hope that I answered your question, Supervisor.
It does. I thought the number was much greater than 700,000. That's where maybe there was a miscommunication with information I thought I had received somewhere. Okay. And I didn't want to. I was hoping there was a way where it could have been that way, where everybody gets a small bump, and we're able to also fund the community groups, and I would say we've had a short list for a reason. We've had a few requests that have come forward that have risen to the top. The only reason I'm concerned about what my colleague Supervisor Church is saying is because when you open it up for an RFP, you open it up for everyone, right? And that's where I said this last time. You create expectations that if they put the time, because just applying takes a lot of staff time from all those nonprofits. If they put time to apply, to be competitive, and then in the end we fund the same groups, or we start deciding because of the pressure that we're now, instead of having some significant amount, we're going to give everybody very small increments, then they're frustrated, and then you get a lot more people upset at the entire process. And then on the staff side, there's times it takes staff resources to review. Let's say we get several dozen applications. It takes time to read all those, rank them. We just did that with our recent homelessness funding. And it does take a lot of time. So I want to recognize that there's that. When you have a small list here that have been funded, it's easier to keep that list small. And there's been some changes that we can make. Last year, Supervisor Church asked for some money for Historical Society. Some small adjustments can be made when you have a small list. But I just wanted to emphasize that on the soccer complex, I've raised this in the past, that out of all the districts, my only District 1 doesn't get any parks money at all. And we have put millions into other parks, and I've supported those. And so when it comes to this one project, it's one we give a very small amount to, but it's the only parks money that comes for District 1 residents. And I have actually probably the youngest population, medium age, and also we have the most residents. I have 6,000 more residents than any other district, 92,000 people. So that's why I just want to put that perspective, because I raised this only because I don't get any parks money whatsoever, and this small amount goes to pay for something that is having such an important impact on our youth and our families in District 1. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Okay, so just I hear the pushback about RFP process. I think for all RFPs that we do in the county, which are many, we set guidelines, we have minimum and maximum amounts of money, we put limitations. So how we set guidelines define how big of a program or how small of a program we're talking about in terms of the number of folks. I mean, who else is doing the work that C. Monterey is doing? There's nobody that would be able to compete realistically with what you're accomplishing. So I think I was disappointed. I was hoping that we would have seen an RFP process developed over this past year, and I think that how we define it matters. And there's absolutely ways we can put guardrails on a process. Even if it is a once every 10-year type of process, even if it is we limit it to 5 of our largest economic development agencies, there are so many ways we can manage that. So that was what I was hoping. I'm hopeful still that we can engage in that discussion. So my preference, given everything that's been talked about here and in the community when I'm out, my preference would be that we maintain the total DSA set aside dollar amounts from last year, adding in the Business Council, which I think we've all agreed to the DSA program with our dollar allocation from last year, and that we take this next year to continue doing the work to make sure we develop an RFP process that sets clear goals and expectations. Perhaps there's conversation that could be had about how future DSA percentages that change or increase, if we're able to increase our TOT via a TOT measure. I mean, maybe those are all things that we can talk about. I think now's the time to do that. But until we have that real discussion, until that's really brought forward, I'm not interested in changing the percentages and setting up a new expectation. I think the other thing that I'm really concerned about in terms of how, if we move forward with any of the options that are presented, in terms of the community benefit projects, I'm not opposed to supporting our community benefit projects that have been put forward. They're excellent programs. They support our community.
But as has been said, these just happen to be the ones that we've happened to fund because they've happened to come forward. I've literally told people in my community not that the county doesn't fund these types of things because we don't have a process and there has been no way to bring them forward. So if we are going to engage in community benefits, I support the idea of putting the money aside, saying this is how much we have, and having a clear process. Again, with guardrails, maybe we're saying, you know, $250,000 is what we fund, and we're looking for the following criteria around those: education, whatever we want to set up. It doesn't have to be a huge burdensome project. A couple other things that I just want to be clear on. I appreciate all of the work that went into redrafting amendments to the DSA program guidelines. A couple things in here that weren't clear to me were statements or guidelines around accountability, how performance metrics are determined, the frequency of reporting. I think it had been every or 4 times a year. If I'm looking at it now and I just lost my place, I think it's biannual, which I'm guessing is twice a year, not every other year. But I want to make sure that that's clear, that we're actually talking about reducing accountability. I think that if we've got clear expectations and we've got a clear way that someone's monitoring that, but all of the language that's in the guidelines only speaks to review. There is nowhere that I'm seeing where it speaks to it's a program timeline. So we talk about the Economic Development Committee reviews the application. The Economic Development Committee reviews the reporting criteria. There's nowhere in here where we're saying this is what we want to see happen. This is what we expect of the organization. These are the outcomes that we're looking for and that we're going to hold you accountable to. And if those expectations fail to be met, like there's no true accountability built into this as I'm reading it. So that leaves me that's an issue that I still think needs to be worked out. I would like to make sure, we've had a program that's been in place for a long time. When I think about an RFP process, I am thinking about something that's saying every 5 years we take a close look and make sure that we're hitting the goals that we've outlined here in terms of strengthening economic development, attracting new industries, supporting entrepreneurial ecosystems, reducing economic dependence. These are great things to have outlined. But are we actually achieving those goals? And that's how I would hope that we could build an RFP program off of that. And then the last thing, no disrespect to everyone who has volunteered and given significant time to advise the county from the Economic Development Committee, but it's not lost on me that we didn't have voices from some of our community economic development initiatives participating in the conversation. It seems like there's conversations with groups like MBEP and Salinas Inclusive Economic Development Initiative, the Salinas Rise Initiative. Those are happening separate from what's happening with the county economic development space. And I'm not sure why or how we reconcile that, but I do think as we move forward, it's imperative to me that we don't have a situation where those who are benefiting from the funds are the ones determining how we expend the funds. That we have a broader base of voices helping us think through some of these issues. So those, I think, would be the key things that I'm laying out here. If I'm proposing something that's not listed as an option by staff today, but if we needed to move forward, I would be able to support a staff recommendation for option 1. However, I want to be really clear that for me, in my support of this today, I want to be clear that I'm not setting an expectation that there will be ongoing funding for the listed community organizations in the absence of a clear and transparent annual process for allocation of community benefits funds. So I don't, through supporting, if we do support option 1 today, I don't want that to be considered an expectation that forevermore into eternity, these are the organizations who will always receive this amount of money under these criteria. I think that process still needs to be worked out.
I think the microphones might be working now, by the way.
They are. Are they? Then first, I want to thank the Economic Development Committee for the work that they put in, but I also have to raise the fact that from this dais, we had a conversation last year with concerns about this space and gave direction about those concerns, and what came back did not reflect the concerns at all. And I think that, for me, is the tough point I find myself in. It felt like we put forward a list of desires and a request, and what came back ignored those and gave us back what was in place, and that wasn't what the request was. So I think there was a disconnect there, and that's why we're here kind of at odds, looking at each other saying, well, where did you come up with this? Well, our direction wasn't listened to. It went back and you're saying our direction wasn't listened to, and we're sitting here in a frame of, well, nobody's listening to each other. And I think that's a tough place to start a conversation where you're trying to move the needle. And so given the conversation that's played out today, understanding the pieces that are in front of us, it's also just a little frustrating when, we're talking about potentially investing more, growing that pot, and we're also hearing don't do that, right? So it's this weird, we're not in the sweet spot. We're hearing we're not investing enough based on some of our neighbors. We're also hearing, but don't raise the amount, but don't take either. And I think those are all three really different conversations happening at the same time at the same dais, and it's weird to have those three playing out in front of me. Given the options in front of us, I have a slightly different compromise than perhaps Supervisor Askew put forward. I'm realizing it's 4:06, and we've been up here all day and it's been a long afternoon, but looking at option one, understanding that there's a balance there of 215 that's not assigned in that option, reallocating that out by the algorithm out to all of our partners so everybody gets a little more than they got last year, but we fund the community projects is something I'd be willing to support today. I just want to be clear that I do feel the projects that are on the list meet the expectations of the funding for me. I look at the Salinas Valley Promise. I look at that as workforce development. We all have been here saying we don't have folks to work in our industries. Well, this is how we create them, right? And this is how you create educated people to step into the workforce to have the touches we need. We look at the economic development that happens around the soccer complex when those soccer fields are built out here in the near future. I know I grew up playing travel baseball, and I know the kind of money we spent in showing up to a community, eating out every night, staying in hotels, investing in those communities. When your shoes break, you need a new baseball bat, you're running to Dick's, you're going around to all the places within that community to invest your dollars on that trip. So I'm not convinced that that is not economic development. Is it a different type than we've traditionally had? Yes. But do we want to invest in it? I'm hearing from this board that we do. So to me, I could go on for a long time given all the points made, but I think that could be a fair compromise, and I would throw that on the table for everyone to consider. So to restate what the motion would be is asked from the other end of the dais would be option one, while taking the 215 that's left over in balance there that was not allocated out to a group and breaking it out by the traditional algorithm out to all of our partners. So everybody's going to get a little more, but our community projects can continue to be funded as proposed as well.
And I would like to make a substitute motion.
Well, it hasn't been seconded.
Oh, well, good. Maybe I don't even have to then.
It's an initial motion.
So option one, the staff option one, which is fully revising the allocations with the percentages and everything, and then engaging in the conversation again next year, for the next year.
Actually, if you look at option one, I mean, there's several options that we've got throwing around. Option one is what they had this year. That's option one. Option two, however, which I might address, but I think there's a motion, I have a motion on the floor. Okay.
Now there's a motion.
Okay, then can I make a substitute motion for
You can make a substitute motion.
I'd like to make a substitute motion. I just also, I very much appreciate the CAO and the Budget Office for trying and being so creative with funding the DSAs and the community projects and all the things that we've got going here. Just like the county, the DSAs need to have, they've got inflation and rising costs too, so everybody's trying to figure out what it is that they're going to do. What I would like to recommend is option two, which is the Economic Development Committee's recommendation that increases the overall funding to the DSAs for from 23-24 and makes the Monterey County Business Council a formal partner. And then to fund the community projects, we utilize a portion of the compensated absences assignment to fund the community organizations until we have the cannabis assignment account rebuilt from the money that was borrowed from it, and then we can go back to providing funding for those organizations from the cannabis assignment account, which is where they were funded from in the beginning. So the primary point is that we would go with option 2, which is the DSA remains as it is, as 8.93 of the TOT. MCCVB is reduced from 6% to 5.66%. Arts Council is reduced from 1.98 to 1.87%. Film is reduced from 95 to 90, and MCCVB is included at 0.5. Now, because the TOT is coming in at a higher amount, none of those entities would receive less money than they did last year. They would receive a little bit more. And then again, the funding for the community projects, which I think is about $525,000, we would take from the compensated absences assignment until we can, for this year and hopefully next year, the cannabis assignment account will be back up, and we can fund it from there as we had done originally. That is my motion.
Is there a second? There is no second, so the motion would die. So we have go back to the original motion, which has a first and a second. I would ask if, I think we still haven't quite resolved the big picture too.
No, we have not resolved the big
And
picture.
so I'd like to see if you would accept maybe some amendment onto there, which again, I would like to see the formula reviewed in the future and to see if it can be less static in terms of not having other groups come in. If there's a process which we could do that, or also, and also look at an RFP process if it is possible, and what the guidelines would be for that. Because I think we still have to get this resolved. Would that be viewed as friendly, Supervisor?
I'm fine with that as direction. I mean, what we're saying is continue the conversation around, we're back to the first point I made, which was we're having different conversations in different rooms, and direction given from the dais and the request to review was not taken. And so you're asking that be reinitiated.
We can do that in two motions, basically, if that's you would prefer to have that.
I'm fine with that as additional direction to the
Okay, I'd be supportive because this would be for this year, but moving forward, then it creates a process for the follow-through on what he's asking for staff to come back and look at future budget years. What are those options to better address this issue? And I'm good with that as a seconder.
Okay.
Just as a clarifying question, so you're saying so last time I think we had directed this to an ad hoc committee, and so you're saying instead of directing it back to an ad hoc committee, we just direct it straight to staff?
That's what I was recommending. Just give.
Okay, I could support that. I think where we struggled is that if we're not all in agreement on something and we direct to ad hoc, and ad hoc isn't aligned with everyone else, then we're not gonna end up with the outcome. So if we can direct it to staff, I think that would maybe alleviate the issue that we experienced this time.
I have a couple of comments and concerns about option 1. If you look at the numbers, there doesn't seem to be, so example, option 2, the DSA remains at 8.93. In option 1, it goes from 8.93 to 9.19. All funded through the TOT. MCCVB, however, goes from 6% to 4.6%, which takes it down to the same amount that it got this year. Option 2 it moved it from 6% to 5.66, so that it got an increase.
No, but Supervisor Lopez's motion said that the other remaining funds would be redistributed based on that formula, 215, 862.
The 215 balance would be broken back up into those agencies.
I don't think, is that going to be enough money to cover it? I don't think so. Not if you want to include the community projects. Are you saying it's going to come back up to MCCVB as an example?
Reallocated.
Right.
It'll be reallocated, so we'll look at the allocation, and then it'll be spread among the different agencies, that 215. So right now, it's not allocated anywhere. It was going to be left for your board to decide at budget hearings, But now we're going to take that remaining 215 and funnel it back into these, the organizations.
So actually, they would be slightly above last year,
Yes.
or this year, I should.
And- Right, so the option one that I'm looking at just shows the community projects at 720.
It's a slide, I think you have to go back,
So this was the slide out,
Yeah.
this was option one with the slide after outlining community projects.
So this is option one then.
It's slide 9.
Is different. This was presented today, and this was presented today, and they do not seem to be the same.
It's missing the community projects on one of them. Yeah.
Okay. At any rate, so are you telling me then, make it simple for me. Can you just tell me it's not option one exactly?
It's not option one exactly.
It's not option two exactly.
No, so
It is a new option 4.
it's 1.5. Let's call it that.
Okay? So just to make it easy for everybody to understand then, but especially for me,
So we had
tell me how it goes.
So if you look at option one.
Yes.
And you run through it, and the piece missing from what you have on that slide is that the community projects are also there. And after you break out the 5,000 for Prunedale, 100,000 for Schumann, 200 for Salinas Valley Promise, and 200 for soccer complex, you have a balance of 215. That 215 is going to be reallocated up to the DSA partners based on the percentage that they normally would have gotten that out of that. So they will end up with that 215 spread across partners at a proper percentage. So they will be up as a total $215,000 across those DSA partners more than they were last year. They're kept whole from last year plus adding this 215.
It just feels like they're not getting enough. It really does. It just feels like they're not getting enough. You know, we've talked about this. Everybody has commented on it. I just really worry about about C Monterey more than anything else. It's all, you know, we've got to ensure that we have people coming to our community.
So
And I don't think $200,000 split out.
they're getting the same amount as this year, which is what option one offered, but now we're actually increasing that, is the way I understand it.
Correct.
But a minimal amount,
Well,
maybe
yeah, I know, but it's better than,
$50,000.
it's,
Option two, which is what the community, you know, advised, was giving them 2.3.
well,
You know, that's a big difference. And I should just be quiet
understand, and-
because I can count votes, and I realize it's 4-1. So I don't agree with the decision. I feel like we're not really putting our money where it can be most effective. We've got the opportunity to take money from another area. You know, I don't know, the compensated absences assignment, I don't know why we don't do that, and then keep at least the full amount of the 720, which is about, I think, was what it would be, at least put that back in, spread among the other 5. I just feel like I think we're making a mistake.
are we ready for a vote here then? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay. Motion passes 4-1. With that, we move on to other board matters and the county administrative officer's report.
Yes, I do have a couple updates, and also we received notice related to an award that was received by our communications department for the work that was done and in the last year. And just as a quick note, the Academy of Interactive and Visual Arts from New York City, during their 30th Annual Communicator Awards, provided the County of Monterey with 3 awards. And this was all the work that's done through our county communications team in coordination with our departments to share information with our community. One award was for campaign and series Public Service Activism Excellence, and this is for the storm preparation for over the last year. The second was for Discover County of Monterey Public Services advertising campaign, and it was for public service and activism excellence for 2024. And the last one was for our very own CAO Rundown, which is our employee internal communications newsletter, and it received an award for distinction. And so that is all thanks to the work that's done by our communications team, again, in coordination with our multiple departments. In addition to that, it is my honor to actually acknowledge some of the work that's done by our county administrative office and our multiple divisions, including the budget analysis team, which has brought together, again, another budget process and has worked tirelessly to ensure that we are able to provide resources to our team and allocate resources accordingly in coordination with our department's fiscal managers. Our cannabis team also was able to successfully work with our local cannabis businesses to remain open during a time where there was a lot of work to be done related to the cannabis business tax issues. Our contracts purchasing did hold an academy that graduated a total of 53 individuals in this current fiscal year. And our homelessness team brought in $19 million in 3 encampment resolution grants for the communities of Watsonville, Pajaro area, the Salinas River in partnership with the City of Soledad, and also King City for permanent supportive housing. The economic development team did issue 4 loans, resulting in about $800,000 in loan funds being resulting in a total of 15 new employees and retaining a total of 20 employees. And lastly, our legislative team of 1, Annette, was able to develop our county's annual legislative program and strategic grant services program. So again, extraordinary work being done by our CAO team in partnership with all of our departments. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do not have any new referrals. So we'll go to board comments. Supervisor Adams, you want to start?
Certainly. Thank you very much. This past weekend was a really special one because it was, among other things, the 50th anniversary of the Big Sur Fire Department. And even though it was a drippy and kind of rainy day, it was a wonderful community celebration. Many people were able to make it through the convoy so they could come down from town and celebrate and congratulate all of the people in Big Sur who have done so much work for the community through Big Sur Fire. On this coming Saturday, there is going to be a tribute to military and first responder Gold Star families at Stone Pine, and I'm happy to be there to present some awards to folks. And then finally, I wish all of my friends and colleagues and my own dear departed sweet mom a happy Mother's Day.
Supervisor
I too want to say happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there, including this Friday, which is Latin America's Mother's Day. I want to make sure that we recognize both of those. Just want to take a moment to say thank you to everybody in our community who makes the Salinas Valley Fair happen. I'll share that recently, I spoke about it on the dais, that we had a power outage that killed an auction, mid-auction, which was one of the largest fundraisers for that organization. I've seen that auction do extremely well online after the fact, so I want to thank community for stepping up for one another and remind folks that May 18th to the 20th, that weekend, is the Salinas Valley Fair. It's an opportunity to come out and see what community's all about, especially in South County. That auction that happens on Saturday morning of the livestock animals is an incredible sight to see, where community shows up for young kids who are learning a passion for agriculture and animal husbandry, and encourage folks to come out and join us that Saturday morning, even if it's just for a little while, to see that process in action. It's a meaningful one. With that, I'll leave my comments there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. First of all, today is Dia del Maestro, so I wanted to give a Monterey County shout out to all our teachers all across Monterey County, to thank them for what they do. Our teachers are our greatest mentors growing up, and we could remember all some or a few teachers who really or many who had a positive impact in our lives. So I want to acknowledge our teachers here in Salinas and throughout our county. Last Thursday, I had a chance to attend the National Day of Prayer with Councilmember McShane, but also other electeds and over 700 people at Compass Church. And I want to thank Pastor Anderson for hosting that event, but there were pastors from both San Benito and Monterey counties, and it was a really beautiful event, and look forward to next year. I did want to let the public know that we are honoring AAPI History Month, and we'll have one of our leaders from the Chinese American community of Salinas, Herb Wong, come and receive that presentation, hopefully next week, and also acknowledging the Confucius Church in Chinatown and also the rich history of the Chinese American community. This Saturday also, I'm attending at 11 o'clock, the Hometown Heroes banners honoring dozens of veterans. Their banners already went up a couple days ago in Old Town Salinas, Main Street. And so if any members of the public want to join us, 11 o'clock, right under the beautiful Salinas Rotary Arch. Last but not least, I want to thank all mothers that are part of our county family, but all our mothers across our communities. I know that's a big day on Sunday, but for the Mexican-American community, Friday is also very special. We call it Mexican Mother's Day. So we have 2 days this week to celebrate our amazing moms here in Monterey County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Askew.
All right. Thank you for bringing forward our AAPI resolution. And I've also got some notes here. Our library, Monterey County Free Libraries, has a whole selection of books for anyone who's interested in learning more. And one that I'll mention is Racial Beachhead, Diversity and Democracy in a Military Town, which was written by a local author who speaks to the significance of American GIs who married Japanese, Korean, and Vietnamese brides who were stationed back in Marina and Seaside. So as those foreign brides came home, it's part of why Marina is one of the most diverse communities in the state of California. And it's really incredibly rich because of that diversity. I wanted to thank Ezekiel Vega and Roderick Franks and Brecky Cromer for joining me for our Wednesdays with Wendy last week, where we talked about the county budget, specifically highlighting some of the challenges that social services is experiencing. Also, a big thank you to Sheriff Nieto, Under Sheriff Boyd, Chief Deputy Garrett, and the whole team over at the jail for hosting my District 4 team for a 3-hour-long walkthrough of the jail, conversations with staff, identifying some of the challenges that they struggle with in that space. Our next Wednesday with Wendy will be on Wednesday, June 5th. We'll be hosting a community listening session with LGBTQ plus issues and representatives from the Epicenter, Salinas Pride, Monterey Pride, and our very own Monterey County LGBTQ employee resource group. So everyone's welcome to join us for that. And then finally, I wanted to just make the announcement that the housing element for Monterey County was released yesterday. It'll be open for general comment, public comment for I think 30 days. It started last night with I think presentation from the HAC, maybe and others. Thank you, and our housing committee. There's a number of different hearings and workshops where we'll be soliciting public input. We're working to schedule a presentation to the Marina City Council on May 21st, as well as hosting housing and community development staff at the farmers markets throughout the district so that we can solicit public feedback. There's a lot of information. It's a 950-page document that's posted online with accompanying maps of, I think, over nearly 80 opportunity sites. So please do take a minute to pull that up and look at that. We want to hear your feedback. We need to hear from our local cities. We need to hear from our residents. We need to hear from developers so that we have a solid plan to submit. On June 4th, that plan comes back to the Monterey County Board of Supervisors for our final input. Yeah, those were all my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to just start off by, first of all, just really thank you to all the board members up here. We had a couple of difficult and issues we had to go through, and I think everybody was, had some thought-provoking ideas, very respectful, and from the public as well. And I think we'll work through and find answers to these. And so I want to appreciate everybody's participation in that. Also want to announce that next week from tomorrow, on Wednesday, May 15th, we're going to have our town hall in Moss Landing at the Harbor District's office. At that same time, TAMSI is having a Safe Route to Schools meeting at the North County Rec Center in Castroville. This Friday, there's a Latino Arts Festival at the Middle Center in Watsonville. There's this Sunday, there is a Aromas Country Garden Tour, 10 to 4. As I say, on Sunday in Aromas, tickets are at the Aromas Grange along with maps. Also on this Thursday is the 97th anniversary of the founding of the Prunedale Grange between 6:30 and 8. And I'm proud to say that it was actually founded by my grandfather and my two great-grandfathers. And so it's, I think the last thing I just of course want to say is, like everybody else has, is Happy Mother's Day. And particularly to my mother, who's nearly passed away 11 years ago, and also, commemoration of my recently passed away mother-in-law. So with that, all mothers. And I'll see you next week then.
And no reportable action from closed session.
Yes, we do have a county council. I must not forget that. Thank you. We are adjourned.